Hello. Hello, hello, hello. It feels like it's been so long, but no, it's because I had to cancel. I mean, it wasn't really much. It wasn't really a stream up. It was just a normal stream on Saturday, but I cancelled it after like, what, 13 hours of the waiting room being up. Anyways. Miyuu signing in. Hello, 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 how is everyone? Hello, 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 hello. It feels so weird. I think what's gonna annoy me the most is that I might have to like, so the end of the years are always like really busy for me, so I fear that the Saturday streams will once again be purged. It was like that at the start of this year. Usually the end of year rush still kind of like keeps going because it's summer for us in Australia at the end and the start of the year, so that's when it's the busiest, and then it's quiet in the mid-years because it's winter. I'll see if I shift any days, but for the time being I still think it's fine. Well, at least I can keep bullshitting like this. Hi Leon! How are you? I'm good. Good, 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 good. I have juice with me. Usually I have like a snack. I don't usually drink stuff that isn't just water. But a change of pace, I guess. Today I have orange juice with me. But I don't have any hot water. So if I'm not so hyper focused in the game, I'll probably refill my water during a break for some hot water because it's cold. I don't know why it's getting cold again. It's so weird. Gotta love spring. I just opened the game. The main menu background is the CG of whatever cutscene you were in before. And it's just the jail. It just feels that way. Hold on, let me get it up. As long as you're good. Yeah! Hope you're doing good as well. Hope it isn't too loud. The game. There you go. See, look, it's the prison. This is the main menu screen. It's so unsettling. No. Juice is great. I don't usually like drink juice, but we always have some kind of like drink in the fridge because my brother is the one that likes to like have some kind of drink on hand like all the time. But I'm someone that just survives off like occasional water if I don't ever get to hydrate anyways. When it comes to like beverages, I guess I only ever drink them when I'm like eating out or like if I got Uber Eats or something and I have it with a meal, you know? It's the only time that I what's the word? Indulge in a beverage. I don't know why. I guess I just I feel like such a plain Jane. Just saying that. I'm so basic. Like I do drink it, I swear. It's not all the time. Like not even lie, there will be like some weeks where I don't like drink any other beverage but like water. After voicing this out and I'm coming to this realization, it is very sad. Oh, I should change that. Spring there's basically 4 seasons during the day. Oh my god. Literally. Over here! Over here it's just like 2 extremes. Thankfully, what's our climate? Mediterranean? I always forget which one it is. I don't know which climate it is. But because I live near the coast, you know? It's always either really fucking hot and sunny, or it's just like cold. Your fate is decided going to jail. That's how, once we go in and start the trial, this is basically like the future premonition. Like, this is what's gonna happen in the future. Sorry, RYUNOSUKE. It's not on purpose, I swear, I do try. But you may end up in jail because of my bad decisions. And let me go straight into the... This should be the start of the trial. Yeah. Oh, actually, I should click it for the music and then read the history. My favorite drink is peach or strawberry cold yogurt. Ooh, that sounds so pleasant. I can't deny, I'm the kind of person that also like sweet things, but like not too sweet. Like a good amount of like, maybe this is just a very Asian thing for me to say. It's something not too sweet, but a little bit more sweet. Because sometimes it's too plain. But I can't handle anything too sweet. So a lot of like fruity drinks I fuck with. But sometimes it's too strong. I'm trying to think at the top of my head what's good. Like a peach iced tea is always like good, but we don't usually have those here. Well, at least if it's not just the bottled one, anyways. At least in my household, we don't usually have tea. If we do have tea, it's on like that sporadic occasion. Change of pace. Do we actually have tea bags here? Super cold early morning. And it's rainy. And sunny and it's hot, and the afternoon is windy and sometimes sandy too. Oh, sandy? Cools during night and the cycles again. Oh my gosh. Right. Those kinds of extremes. Maybe not as that extreme, but that is similar to what the last week, the last couple of days have been like recently. Usually it's all very standard temperature. That usually means that's when my hay fever is the worst. When it starts to get cold again, it's fine. But yeah, it gets like pretty cold at night. Again now. But then the early mornings are also still really cold because we're still technically coming back from winter. But then midday it's sunny. It's just a nice sun. Weird. Maybe people can't live without tea. Actually, fair enough. Tea's too like, you need that refreshment of a drink. It just doesn't help in my situation. As what? Even though I'm Australian. We live in Australia, but my family is Asian. So a lot of like mixed things come into play. Like half the things I don't know what is Australian culture and what is like my family's culture. Because technically, we do drink tea, but it's like bitter teas. And I don't like bitter teas. We don't have any like good refreshing teas, but if we do, it'll be like Australian stuff. But that's not really like a household thing that we have all the time. Like, I like tea. I say myself that I'm a coffee person, but that's like more in terms of like caffeine, I guess. I'm more someone that likes. Okay, I'm the kind of person that can only drink coffee with like lots of sweetener or like milk or whatever. Like tea, you can have that, but there's like a certain process to it if you don't want to fuck it up, and that to me is too much of a hassle. God bless instant coffee. But when it comes to like enjoying a good drink, if you buy somewhere, right? To me, it's always gonna be something that's like tea. I'm not gonna buy coffee. I'll just make coffee myself, you know? What I mean by sandy, it's more like wind carries the— oh, okay, yeah, I get you. So more sandy, but yeah. You guys have more sand and stuff. God, that must be such a hindrance. I hate windy days the most. Oh god, the one thing that I don't like about winter is the wind. Anything being too windy is really annoying. Good like part of that though is because I don't like my hair blowing everywhere. Reminder for everyone, Miyuu has really long hair that she won't cut for some reason. And I'm the kind of person that doesn't really tie it up because it hurts my scalp. So I always have just a hair clip or something, and then my bangs will be like and then back of my back hair would also just blow into my head if I'm not facing the right direction. So annoying. It's more like a visual hindrance. I could always just tie it up. But then when I am outside, it'll be like you're walking to like someplace for like 5 minutes. So you just have to like cope with the 5 minutes of walking. Like you don't. These are all very mundane things to be complaining about. Very trivial stuff. But god, it's so— oh, I hate it. Wind is just really annoying. I feel like in any climate, it's not just like it being like really cold, right? If it is like really cold and there's a lot of wind, like yeah, sure. But when it's like windy and then it's also like humid, we don't really have that here, but I have like experienced it in different countries before. But it's windy and humid. God! Ugh! Yuck! Wind is not ever good. I feel like there's never a time where wind is good. Also, when there is really bad winds, a lot of the trees break, which is really dangerous. I don't like that. Summer when it's a fucking hairdryer in your face, right? It's so drying. God, I just hate humidity. Humidity is bleh. Like, thankfully, since we, like, I live near the coast, any winds that we do have in summer are actually quite cooling. They're not hot winds. They're very cool winds. They're not as bad. Because what is killing you is the sun. Thank God we don't have humidity here. I feel like I'd be such a different person, guys. I mean, maybe I would be worse of a person if I grew up in a humid climate, I'm not gonna lie. I hate humidity so much. If I knew there was another, like, country that didn't have that bad of, like, humidity that I've experienced in, like, a lot of, Asian countries that I've visited, God forbid, I would leave in a fucking flash. I take a lot of— oh no, it's okay! I like the little chats. I'm happy because I didn't get to stream on Saturday, so it feels like it's been a while. Just talking and stuff like that. I say this and yet I'm still someone that's like, I refuse to do like a talking stream because I feel like that's just not my thing. I feel like I'm not a good person to do a talking stream. If I was gonna do a talking stream, I'd just do a drawing stream. So when I'm not talking, you guys will have that, at least something to look at. Okay, but I will try and recap where we left off. So since we were okay, so the main menu being the jail, Soseki is our defendant that we find out is a Japanese student who is abroad in Great Britain for studies. I believe it was specifically English language. Well, English literature, I still forget. That he's studying for, and he found himself in a predicament that is a woman dying, getting stabbed in front of him, and he was the only person there, and he did the most incriminating thing, which was to run away because he is a hermit. He's like me, but he's anti-social hermit, an anti-social introvert. Any other details about the case? I feel like we just don't have anything because this is our court record. We only have 2 pieces of evidence. Oh, we're so cooked. Oh, granted, we'll probably get most of it from the prosecutor when we go in. But God, this is pretty damning. That's how we left off for the last stream. So during the investigation, we couldn't really find anything. That was the point. But we ran around trying to get RYUNOSUKE back on track with his beliefs, his what his goals are as a lawyer. Hello, Kay! Nice to see you again. How are you? A good person to talk to as far as my experience. Thank you. I feel like if I am a good person, all the other people that you've talked to must be a very, very low bar. That makes me happy. Maybe I'll do a drawing stream this week because if I remember correctly, 28th September should be this channel's anniversary. I'll probably talk more about it tomorrow since I haven't really thought about the details. But that's exciting. Okay, but that's all we have. My guess is that we'll probably have a second investigation for this, but we'll see how far we can get through the trial. We'll see. Please excuse any rusty voices. It has been like a straight week since I last streamed this game. Also, I actually don't remember everyone's voices. So good luck me! Well, I never expected this. Would have thought we'd be back here again so soon. We're on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning? Soseki? His fucking bloodshot eyes always gets me. He said he has like difficult sleeping as well, didn't he? Hold on, let me put on socks. It's fucking cold. I don't know why I didn't do this earlier. Natsume! Good morning.
Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot.
The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink! And now, I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally?
Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume.
Ooh. Wait, I wish I had 9 lives! My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble! Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. I can't do this! I can't take it! Although, locum student Mrs. Naruto Esquire. Yes? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. I think it had to do... What did I say before? A Japanese man committing a murder in Great Britain, especially after the whole fiasco that we had in Japan about an English woman committing murder in there. You know. Oh, hi, Borg! Because I'm sick. Oh my god! Totally not sick, like, because sickness. We're having fun with the game. Take care! What? Like, sick? Hope you get well soon, oh my god! What sickness is it from? The cold? Aww. It's all those paperworks. Do you know why that might be, Mr. Sato?
I'm sorry, Mr. Naruto, but I have no idea.
That all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence then, isn't it? Don't hide the truth from me! It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord Van Zykes? Is that right, Mr. Sato?
I purchased as many different newspapers as I could this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zykes is on the front page of every one.
I knew it.
Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday.
Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zyk's return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilded. Ugh, what a harrowing experience that was.
I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's.
We wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country.
Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking, and they're all speculating various answers.
Mundane? Mundane! It's the most significant saga of the century to some of us!
Oh dear, I mean no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it.
Well, so we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, your appearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. But there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago.
Yes, I agree.
Locum student Miss Naruto Esquire. It's you! Me? Well, I suppose that's true. But at times, it is you who stands against the legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper! Please! Don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. So that's me, please.
I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruto, of your uncommon bad luck.
Thanks for that. It's generational. We've seen it with Apollo. We've seen it with Athena. We've seen it with Phoenix. Sick. Like last night, I have a night shift. An emergency. I need to do the morning shift too. No! Migraine and sore body are bad every week. Oh no! Go get some sleep, man. Get some good rest. Oh, you poor thing. Ugh. Such. I can't. Doing what? Doing 2 shifts back to back like that. Terrifying. I can handle like doing a full like shift, like a 12-hour shift or something, but having an unexpected shift just be like forced into you without preparation is the worst. No. I always have to get like the voices in my head first. This is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive. I think that's the last thing that you want your defendant to say to your face. That's so sad. Poor RYUNOSUKE. Let's not forget that it was you, Miss NATSUME, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student, new to London, with little in the way of experience or skills or luck. But I promise you this, I will fight your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. NATSUME. Oh, benevolent look of student, Mr. 𝐢𝐽.
You're not alone here with us, Mr. NATSUME. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side.
Brum. Oh, benevolent, non-like Assistant Ms. Mikotoba Esquires. I am in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness for as long as I live. Counsel for the defense. Court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Right then, so that's made. It's time. Let's go. Yes! I like him. He's funny. This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. My second trial against the Reaper. Hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Faith. Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. You will, Bum. You better. Old Bailey courtroom, 10 AM. Ooh, all different juries. I mean, it makes sense, but why did they do that? Why did they make so many, like, NPC models? Can't imagine what they were thinking back then. Because this was still technically on the, like, 3DS, I'm pretty sure. You wouldn't put that much effort into it. Oh, unless they just wanted to fuck around, to be fair. This is supposed to be, like... What? What's the word? It's quite historically accurate. I just didn't think they'd put them as like the centerpieces, you know, especially a lot of them have quite a lot of dialogue. I thought if they ever did like a jury, they would just put them on like the back burner. But no, they're like front and center. Well, I guess that's the point of the whole, like, the new system, huh? Where you try and get favors from them. Nah, whatever. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Ha! I forgot your voice. Yeah, your voice is gone. Van Zykes, sorry. I think it's better this way. Hi, Cthulhu! Nice to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Can't stay long, but I want to say hi. Thank you for dropping by. No worries, man. Ugh, okay. Though I had to drink water before I could start talking in Sven's oh. Prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. Why are you always dressed up like a vampire? Like, why does it have to take midway through court before you start stripping? Just strip before you come in. Hmm? Unless you like teasing. Maybe that's his thing. The pony is a truly fascinating breed.
Sorry? What?
Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you're a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago, a mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try and help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance.
Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description.
Susato-san.
After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent.
Ah, he's brought his wine with him. Very true. And a most fascinating, if dark, trial it was. Tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted and his unfortunate, violent end. You know what? Sure. I had a train of thought, but I'm just gonna put that on the backside for a bit. Because we still don't have a lot of Van Zyke's lore. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? Don't we know this guy? We know this guy! You know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone.
Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear.
Well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. Wait. The wife is here! I'm afraid to say, I think it's quite possible that mustached fellow foreigner did the deed. Come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Why is jury number 6 always the old people? Is there criterias? Are all like, okay, to be jury number 1, you need to be established English gentleman. The second one is always some kind of like nice lady. 3 to 5. I've forgotten. I can't remember those. Oh wait, the middle. Wait, the third, fourth. Wait. We had a gentleman. We had a maid last time. Was 3 the weird knife guy that licks his knife weirdly? Or was he 4? 3? Who? It was. Oh, if they're too forgettable, maybe that isn't worth a shot. I didn't even say his line. Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
There you go. Opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zyke. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East, The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki NATSUME. While our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, the student is accused of a most sinister act. Ow! Plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. Knife crime, I tell you from better experience, those are the worst, bloody oath they are.
Just look at that, Salu? That solid complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese.
Well, let's get this over with me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Sorry, didn't quite catch that.
Pray forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hollowed chalice here in this great chamber. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Just straight before you comment on what you just like to do. Isn't that what he's doing? He's got his stupid little Dracula cape that he keeps on. Maybe he's a bit cold, but he's a... I just know he's gonna rip it off midway through the trial, so you might as well just take it off. Save you the trouble. Unless he just likes the dramatics, you know? He likes the dramatics. He likes to do the striptease. I'll stop. Hop on later, just saying hi for now. I have a lot to think about, and also a lot of games to grinding. But I'm trying to be sentimental. No worries, thank you for dropping by, Apollo. Good luck in whatever you're doing. Good luck in your grinds and your sentimental thinking, I guess. I think America do have the system so they can have different types of viewpoints. I hear that, yeah. Like you do have that jury, but like what? Watching it play out in like Ace Attorney games, right? It feels it just feels off. Granted, it's a game, that's the point. Can cars also have a voice in the for the people? Can cars also be heard? What about their opinions? All the cars in my background want to participate, apparently. A bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Oh, fuck, it's Gregson. I can't do his voice, can I? Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? Oh! Do we have a picture of the... Did we have that before? No, we didn't, not until now. The victim of the case. We never got a picture of her. We just met... Oh my god, we just literally met like a fuck ton of new people during the investigation. I remember most of them. Victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s with the name of Olive Green. Beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be. Uh-oh. Yes, having been stabbed in the back by an attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. It was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since. What? So they don't even know who she is for sure? Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger. Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector. So, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago at around 5 in the afternoon. Happened on the pavement of running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles.
It had not been long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared and she is currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far.
Thank you, Inspector. Court will accept the documents as evidence if you please. We need to read that. Case file. A file containing an overview of the case and details about the victim. She was found with a knife in her back and is currently in hospital, yet to regain consciousness. Because we've got, like, virtually nothing from the investigation, even though it took, like, I don't know, like 5 hours. So let's a good recap and to see what information we can work with. Young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. Olive green female, stout build, early 20s. Pavement of Briar Road, east side. Reporting officer Rolly Beat. Additional notes: the victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown. Apart from a single stab wound from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. That's it. Well, can't blame him. If he was running or not, he would have been accused for the murder anyways. There was no one else in sight, so, you know. Can't be helped. What of the weapon that was used?
So, have that here. It was removed from the victim's back.
Ouch! That big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now.
With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman.
Given a scragged looking Sozaki-san, I suppose. A common or garden jackknife, I would say, rather nondescript. Are you the inspector? Court accepts the blade as evidence. Jackknife! A large but commonplace folding knife. It was found lodged in the victim's back. Okay, that's so much information we have now, isn't it? God, I love this! We're so fucked! Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume?
But we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. I'd imagine she would have anything much worth pinching, my lord.
We see, well in that case, are we looking at some deep seated resentment toward the victim?
Afraid I couldn't say. Apart from the visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. NATSUME, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
RYUNOSUKE? If theft and grievance had been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. NATSUME possibly have had stabbing the young woman? You arrest the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection.
Oh no, the music! No one, wait, Van Sykes, there was someone in the gallery! Some poor child has probably just been smacked in the face! Van Sykes! The gallery! You can't just do that! Also, I'm pretty sure that's the first time I've seen him do that animation.
Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. But your words have soured its hallowed bouquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here.
What?
Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Japanese student. Yes, sir.
I like he has his wedges. Is he gonna eat it in court? Will the judge say anything about him eating in court? It's like it's like a comfort item, you know? Like it feels wrong not to have in his hand. So that's makes arrest.
As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred. There was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good.
I can't speak with this voice.
And there was no one else but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him.
Well, you say that, and yet you still pin him? You think someone trying attempted murder would just, I don't know, fumble their entire belongings onto the floor and escape the scene of the crime? I can get it if it's in, like, the heat of the moment, kind of like attempted murder, but, like, at least they'd have a motive. You don't even know this guy's motive. Oh, books, you say? Oh god, there's a photo.
Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident.
You left the poor woman there lying on the ground and you took a photo? Oh, that's so cruel.
Oh yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. I'll take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector.
Crime scene photograph. Photograph of the scene taken by a policeman just after the incident occurred. Large knife can be seen thrust into the victim's back.
You Nipponese are a spineless breed and too cowardly to admit defeat, denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary.
Well, give me, Lord Van Zykes. The defendant is not denying everything, as you put it.
What are you doing, Miss Susato? You go on.
Miss Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruto?
Well, now you mention it. We visited him in the prison yesterday. He did tell us what had all happened.
As I was walking along that cursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold hard slabs of stone at my feet. I was terrified, but I get away from there, so I ran as well as my legs would carry me back to my cursed lodgings.
Green overcoat. That's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing.
Oh my! A photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next?
The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean that he is guilty of a heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. You ever think about what wood these tables are made of? There must be a lot of slamming, you know? It's either really sturdy wood or it gets replaced every now and then, or they just keep it there because there's definitely like an indent. I can't not imagine there's some kind of being like little like dip from all the slamming, especially on Van Zyk's side. Wait, have I read that?
There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there was nobody else who could have possibly have stabbed the woman. The fact that the accused, sorry, I'm so used to the accused concedes.
Accursed. Everything's a curse, Natsume. Seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal. Counsel. Proceed, please.
Yes, my lord.
Nothing for it. To use this cross-examination to turn the tables here, it's our only chance. A light fog, you say?
Well, light for London, you can see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much further, though.
Wait, that's light, is it?
Around these parts, yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course.
I've read that London is famous for its fogs. But in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance.
Tuh.
How quaint.
Well, yes, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate.
I see?
This time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm.
Indeed, the other day I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling. Ugh. Tsusoto-san and I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen.
However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual.
In fact, no doubt, lamented by the accused.
Hold it!
How are you able to state that with any certainty?
Quite simply, my learned friend, because that is what the witnesses to this crime have told us.
Ah, yes, Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he?
That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard.
That's correct, ma'am.
Then we must hear their testimony!
Prosecution will, of course, call them to stand, should it be necessary.
But wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen.
I'm aware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas street lights. Prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime.
Okay. Quiet here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. Which means we really need to hear those witness statements. If we could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we're able to.
Seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector.
Gregson, why is your testimony so long? I can't keep speaking like you. From behind, you say?
That's right. As you can see from this print.
Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in critical condition. Comatose, no less.
Afraid so. My lord, yes. She's been treated at Bart's.
What?
So I thought that she'd come around before the trial started so I could make a statement, but it wasn't to be.
Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events.
Luck is on your client's side, it seems.
On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky!
Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid.
Ugh.
Hold it!
Mr. Natsume's belongings,
But you'll find it's all there in the photographic print of the crime scene.
There's the 3 books on the floor.
Sorry, my lord. Second-hand books they were, and irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course. The accused could have easily carried all 3 books in one hand, which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example.
It's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? It's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full, with his books. He's managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there.
You just said the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back.
That must be what happened, my lord, yes.
Hold it!
Defendant apparently visits the second-hand bookshop on a daily basis.
Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. Commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. Luke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books.
Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector?
Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid.
Oh, okay, that's where the bookstore is. Bourbon Books.
Closest second-hand bookshop to the accused lodgings is this place here, Bourbon Books. A place on the corner of Briar Road and
Mearsham
Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Something like this.
A local map updated. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of crime on his way home from that particular shop.
Listen, Naruhodo. I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance.
Yes, I agree. Most important point that the inspector just made being bookshop's location, bookshop's name, bookshop's stock. I wasn't paying attention. Wait, what? Bookshop's name? I mean, isn't it the location? That's my guess. Does the stock have anything to do with it? Crucial detail in what you've just told the court, Inspector, is the location of the bookshop.
Couldn't agree more.
So, where is it exactly? That's what you were asking?
Are you winding me up, sunshine? I just explained that. Could have had everything. Use red bloomin' ink. Drew the bloke's road home on for you.
I distinctly remember you seeing in that long council. Eh? I swear to God, this is why I suck at English. What the fuck does that sentence mean? Do I have to press again? Look at the court record. Oh, I forgot I can do that. Let's this open. Eh? There's no eh? There's no blood? What? Eh? That's it. There's like nothing to do with this. You can't do anything with this blade. Is that? Oh, the tip.
Look here, Miss Naruhodo, just hit the tip. Small piece of the blade appears to be missing.
You're right. Well spotted, Mrs. Sato.
Wonder what could have happened to it.
Yes, you don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you?
Oh dear. I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful.
That does actually sound very, very bad. So 2 shillings tender receipt of... That's 3 books, right? That's the 3 books he has. I don't know what you're implying. Sorry, I made a mistake, miss. Ah! Oh, I'm already fucking up. Okay, you know what? I'll just press the last statement anyways. You asked for the help of the famous detective, Herlock Sholmes, to locate the defendant, I believe. Stuff and nonsense. Sorry?
That Jack in office, that busybody just comes and sticks his oar in, but I fucking clicked. In whether we ask him or not.
But according to what I have here, Mr. Sholmes was shown to the scene by Scotland Yard detectives.
Well, it's nothing to do with me. Lads at the scene must have done it without my permission. Tell him time and again, whenever something happens, sends word to headquarters and follow your blimmin' instructions.
I see.
The Meddler gets his hand on any details, we'll all be reading it in Randist magazine next month. You can bet your last farthing that I'll be in there too, stripped of all my hard work on the case. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. No, Mr. Sholmes, aren't you clever, Mr. Sholmes? That's all he thinks I'll be getting!
Inspector,
the man is proving detrimental to the Yard's activities. Perhaps I should step in and deal with him. Ah!
It appears Inspector Gregson is lost for words.
yes, the Reaper's words carry a lot of weight, obviously.
Anyway, the point is, that little Japanese bloke's already admitted it. He's admitted that those books were all over the pavement at the scene, with the ones he brought that day.
What do you think, Miss Naruto? If you're unable to sway the jury during this cross-examination, I'm afraid Miss Natsume's Natsume's fate will be sealed.
Yes, they're sure to find him guilty. One way or another. I have to expose an undeniable inconsistency in the inspector's testimony. I don't know. What did this sentence mean? I miss that holding it doesn't speed it up anymore. Unless I can do that in the thing. No, it says that only skipping unread dialogue. Bookshop's name? Oh, your books! See, this is from last time.
I can read.
Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor?
What?
Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance.
Maybe.
No, well, you know, I mean, yes, it could be a very important clue. Very well, not that I can see it being of any great significance. Please revise your testimony.
What did you say?
Could the man be any more sardonic? His updated testimony. He was on his way from Bourbon Books, a second-hand bookshop he apparently patronizes. Wait, that's a what? That's different. So the shop is called Bourbon Books, is it?
That's right. That's the closest second-hand bookshop to the accused's lodgings. To get from there back to his room. It would have gone right past the very spot where the incident took place.
If I could just confirm one point, can we be sure the defendant really did visit Bourbon Books on the day in question?
Well, we haven't actually confirmed it, no.
You haven't confirmed it! Why the devil not, Inspector?
Well, the thing is, shopkeeper's gone on a trip yesterday and left the morning after the incident to collect more stock, I'm told. So we haven't been able to ask the bloke if the accused visited his shop on the day in question or not.
Well, in that case, what did the defendant himself have to say about it?
No recollection.
What?
According to the statement he made at the time, the accused has no recollection of where he'd been.
Of course he did.
Bloke, well, he has his head in the clouds whenever he's walking about town.
Well, he's dissociating, isn't he? When you're a hermit that does the same shit for like the past fucking like year of your life, which is staying indoors and only reading books and buying books and going back home and reading books and then repeat on cycle. Granted, he's only been there for like a week, but clearly he avoids people. Not only does he avoid people, man's attention span is off in the skies.
Claims he just wanders into whatever bookshop he happens to be passing and rarely notices the name.
To say the man ought to learn to look where he's going at the very least. So, it's just as I thought then.
Something the matter?
You're the one that told me the hint, Susato! Okay, we'll just save and then press it.
Objection.
I'm cold. Hold on. Putting another layer on because I'm so cold. I'm kind of busy. All good. If any of y'all have stuff to do, go ahead. I feel like this trial is only just gonna be like building up context more than anything, because if the investigation wasn't able to like bring up anything useful, today is literally probably, I'm betting anyways, pressing whatever the witnesses were for this case. That is my bet. Okay. If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson.
What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know?
It's the receipt that we found in Mr. NATSUME's room. It was issued on the day of the incident, and details the purchase of 3 secondhand books.
You found that in the accused room, did you?
Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it.
Go on.
This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books? Y-O-R-E, I presume? Yes, my lord. So Mr. NATSUME did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books.
Hey, what?
Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop?
Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that, well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. The receipt proves it.
Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
I disagree! I mean, after all,
I have a street map here, if that might be of help.
oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. The defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books. Then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, your books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Sweetie, you can't just say that without confirming the location of your books. Why don't you just be closer down the street? That'd be so funny. That'd be true.
My, rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility.
Sorry, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely could be right. Inspector Gregson, where is this your book's establishment?
Well, obviously we looked into that. Turns out that your books...
Oh! No, it's actually pretty fucking far. It's here on the next corner of Mearsham. Can I say it like that? Mearsham Street, going east. Right, let's think about this. Oh wait, I guess the point is that you don't know which like road he would have taken to go back home. I'm drinking all my juice before it goes lukewarm. Map updated. And there you have it, as you can clearly see now. Oh. Oh, I should have saved my juice so we could... Cheers.
Well, then Nipponi's friend is obviously in training to be a clown, the way he regals us with such witty sims.
Witticisms? That doesn't feel right.
To your future career in the circus.
Wait, that's a screen cap without a doubt. People have used that. Have people used that as a reaction or anything? I feel like that's such a react thing. A react image that you can like use on Twitter.
To your future career in the circus.
Ugh, you put that glass down there, I'll put it down for you.
Didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. The accused was coming home from your books instead of Bourbon Books. There's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed.
Yes, thank you, Inspector. I wonder if this does really change anything, you know? Is this just wasting time? Because we know that... What's his name? NATSUME said that he tried to pass the victim. Like, walk past the victim and then she collapsed on the ground. Meaning we know he would have taken the same path as the woman, no? Does this have any deeper meaning? Maybe someone from Bourbon Books has committed the murder and that's why they've fled and ran away?
Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
Alg!
Inspector, you're going for me, and I don't suggest you try.
But I say, I've had enough of this now. Beg your pardon? Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that?
It's not all door. We mustn't give up.
What do you mean?
Prosecution's assertion is correct. Members of the jury may very well decide that Mrs. NATSUME is guilty.
She's absolutely right.
We must think. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully.
Okay, Soseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books, but What do you mean I can lose a point here? I have to. I'm forced to. I sort of got to moments like these that I get fucking... I get tripped up. The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. We're returning from your books to his lodgings. This NATSUME could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. The defendant used these streets. Look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked.
Objection.
You're not gonna say there's like fucking roadworks ahead or something.
Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way around. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home?
Well,
If you're directly challenged like me! If you're directly challenged like me!
maybe, you know, some of us like the cold. You know, that's still a scenic route for some. Not the mass majority, but... Cold winter's night.
The answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't, in other words. The accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime.
Yes, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Miss NATSUME which route he took home.
I've already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. The day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home.
I don't believe this. You think he leaves his fucking cape on because he thinks the trial is gonna end quickly? So like he has his outside wear, you know? He has his he has his coat ready to like go out in the winter, you know. He just leave immediately. Whereas if he takes his if he strips off his cloak now, or like before the trial starts, it means he's ready to like settle in. That's my guess anyway. If he has the efficiency thinking of fucking like Von Karma, I guess. Like he can finish this in like 10 minutes and then he fucks off. That's why he keeps his cloak on. You know, it seems I'm more invested in finding out why this fucker keeps his... he doesn't strip off his cloak more than like the trial itself. I have more headcanons on what is going on with Van Zyke's, I don't know, clothing choices than poor Miss NATSUME's accused, like, crime. Sorry, man. This is a mysterious guy. I just gotta figure it out. Van Zyke's, how many classes are we in? And welcome to the stream. I'm not too sure which part of your name I should try and pronounce. Yeah, not enough apparently. Only 2 glasses though, I think. 1 broken bottle and 2 glasses. Oh no! 1 broken bottle, 1 broken glass. 2 glasses, or was it only 1? Something like that.
Thank you, my learned friend. Suggests that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject.
His eyes are pretty.
Pray, what say ye insightful juries?
Oh, we gotta do this whole fiasco again. But even if that is the case, the defense still... Is it a full 6 in one go?
Agree with Lord Van Zykes wholeheartedly, in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean... Members of the jury, completely convinced now? Oh... Very well, in that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty! 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 Guilty!
Well, that was efficient. That was fast. I said did that all in one animation. We didn't have to painfully sit through one fire at a time.
It appears the jury's leaning is unanimous. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably.
Isn't that all though?
No. Not yet. This isn't over yet. We still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. To tip the balance of the scales the other way, I have to turn this around. Somehow. Those are the eyes of Quarry not yet willing to give up in time. So presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial? Rights of the defense written into an acquidated British law that should have been buried long ago.
Call it acquited. Why did I say acquidated? Acquited,
If you will.
Wait, what am I saying? What am I reading? Antiquated. What the fuck am I saying? It's defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses.
You're very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with summation examination. Members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. More too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his uncle's refusal to throw in his alley. Very well then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty.
Due to sole findings, the jury's contentions.
Pity sakes, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted himself, didn't he?
If he said that woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it can only have been the victim.
Man would have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. The poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful.
Well, they don't care, can't we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. Forced to be a jury.
Your book says no shop that, but Bourbon books? No, not worth a visit.
It's got a bad reputation. Didn't Gregson say something like that? I go by Stan. Okay, noted. hope you're doing well, Stan.
Try my best to remember. So only minor exceptions. Reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. The stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. The accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in a green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. For
I clicked it by accident. Because my thumb rests on it, I just press down.
Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector of the defendant, then fled the scene. Let's say I would have ample grounds to convict this man already.
Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Miss NATSUME's guilt now.
Ugh, why did he have to run away like that?
How are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see?
It's impossible. How can I make a case for the defense?
Listen, Naruto. This is no time for grumbling. If you want to force the trial to continue...
Yes and no. I have to turn the tide. Must make the jury change their minds. Well, for them at least.
Exactly. I have no choice but to forge forward.
You have the floor council. Begin your summonation examination. Such a mouthful. And yes, then I will also slap my face. Because I need to fucking focus. Just need to keep this trial going. Somehow. Whatever it takes. Come on, RYUNOSUKE, you can do it. Oh, that hurts.
Hold it!
Excuse me, but aren't you? Yes, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago. Is it a feeling in your face, or the side of it anyway? If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? What is his name? That's right, after the gold rush down under, I came back to London to work. It was all going swimmingly until you started force-sicking it! Force-sicking around, Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute. Fairplay, that's your name! Sorry? And they got forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me and that young hater pegged as criminals. Well, you know, water under the bridge. And there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around and the police have been badgering me non-stop. If I could turn back the clock. Anyway, I don't know about the hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. And free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't. Well, I guess now that... I guess... McGilded's dead, huh? So he's free of his debt. Just realized. Huh? Thank goodness. Right, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind, given how awkward history. Dear, I wonder what's become of Mr. First now.
Hold it!
You're right, at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him.
Well, quite. That's precisely my point. Clearly, that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly that funny little Nipponese man with the disturbing mustache is the culprit.
You have a fucking vendetta against his facial features, madam. Let us not forget, madam, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman.
Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. The man is obviously a liver-faced coward. However, claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes.
But if that's a lie, as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible?
Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds?
I could tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it.
I do declare the man has already made the admission. He himself has stated that there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one else could have possibly committed this awful crime. Ugh. No one else could have done it. The accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple.
The argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit.
Oh my, you are too kind, my lord.
That went well? Alright! 0 out of 6 still! Let's keep going. You can't deny that there are other routes Mr. NATSUME could have taken back from your books. Yes, likely you drew on the map, you mean. What was it? Calabash Road or something? Precisely. It seems to me that what counts is whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Well, yes, that's true. And at the moment, there's no proof that shows he did, is there? Well, yes, that's true as well. And as I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does it? Well, yes, that's annoyingly true. Winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you want to get home as quickly as possible. Well, yes. Why is all this true? So really the only thing that makes sense is that he went home along Briar Road. Ugh, I'm supposed to be convincing you. Given it a lot of thought, you know. I didn't just make my mind up on a whim that he did it. I mean, if there was some logical reason why he might have gone to Calabash Road, it'd be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case, honest I would. Reason why Sosuke-san might have taken the longer way home.
Yes, a good reason. I don't imagine you'll be able to sway this young man's opinion without one.
Alright! Still 0 out of 6! Good job!
Hold it!
What of this matter, young man?
You're the wife of Mr. Garrett, aren't you? The landlord who rents Miss Natsume his room.
Master's wife? What are you trying to do? So I'm the maid, you understand?
She's keeping up that charade. Ugh, it's gonna be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you'd be selected for the jury in this trial, I mean.
Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice.
See. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodging in your master's house, doesn't he?
Yes, that's right. Although he's only been in a little over a week now.
And in that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit a crime crime such as this? I'm pretty sure before we even found out she was the wife, she was accusing the fucker. She was accusing of poor Natsume of weird behaviors and such.
Oh my goodness me, yes, he's just a sort.
What?
Spending all his time in the dark and dingy room, sporting that unscrupulous mustache. That man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes, while the neighbors are talking about him. I've heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb in there or something. Oh dear, poor Miss Natsume. How could people say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm. Nothing more.
Well, you just called him a worm, so... Anyway, better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She's said enough damning things already.
Hold it!
Man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. And clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so is my family's. Likes of you won't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife and kids.
Oh, I see. That must be very hard.
Go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left and right and center. After cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's a hard slog from dawn to dusk it is.
So you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you?
That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just around the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was.
What? Another coincidence.
That's right. Miyashum Street it was.
Miyashum Street? The map, Mr. Naruhodo, there are only 3 named streets.
Jury number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point of that? Can't we just get this business over with now, please, sir? It's important. Fine, I'll do it then.
That's insanely crucial information.
Why a good half? Oh, okay, not half, only 2. So 2 people sitting next to each other. Have some kind of relation to this case. Isn't the jury supposed to be unbiased, random citizens? This is all too coincidental. Can they truly judge this situation if they have some kind of involvement in the case?
On the day it happened, I was digging up Miyashum Street.
Don't tell us.
Chum. So I understand correctly, you're a day laborer and you were doing road maintenance that day.
That's right, like I said, you get a lot of burst gas and water pipes underground in the middle of winter. The only time of years fellows like me can actually make a few bob. I'm missing out today.
And when you say from dawn till dusk, well, the work has to be completed within the day, see? No coaches or pedestrians can pass while it's happening.
Wonder if I could trouble you, sir? to mark on the street map the exact location of the works you were carrying out. Give it here then, let me have a look. Alright, let's see then. Ooh! Here we are. Miyuu Street is here. Tidy dig, I can tell you. We had to get through all the drifts of snow that had frozen solid. What sort of time did you finish the work? Well, we started in the morning and we can't have finished before gone 6, I'd say. The snow had stopped coming down, but it was long past dark for sure.
That means the road work was still going on when Miss Green was attacked at around 5 o'clock.
Road works on Miyuu Street, huh? This to me is just gossip. I'm curious.
Sorry, what did you say? For what?
No. What I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often?
I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily, routine, you see? Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about.
And at what time did you visit your books in the day in question? Picking out books that in there all afternoon, or would have just been before 5 that I left. It's my daily routine, you see? Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. No, I take it back. Half of the fucking jury's involved. Of the fucking. It's unbiased. This guy's wearing a green kite too. What if he was the guy that collapsed on the floor? He also has the same kind of hat. A brown hat. I wouldn't be surprised. Wait, that's kind of sad. The poor old guy just collapsed on the floor and out in the middle of the street. It was before 5, you say? Exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time?
Yes, I was straight there. Remember it well. Not about to forget that day in a hurry, not after the dreadful time I had.
What do you mean?
I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on ice and docked my head.
He can't trip!
It's always worse after the snow's, stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Looked myself clean out, I did. And thought my number...
Thought my number was up. Wait a minute, let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road?
That's right. I live in Cornpie, BC. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books.
Jury number 6 on that it says the add that information to your formal statement may very well be extremely significant.
Sorry! Extremely sick! No, I'm quite alright now.
Sends a shiver down my spine to hear the members of the jury so convinced of Mr. NATSUME's guilt. But I can't help feeling that some of their opinions are rather subjective.
Agree, it's the irrelevance of what some of them are saying that sends a shiver down my spine. Still, at least some of their assertions don't actually incriminate Mr. NATSUME of anything. That's something.
Must use that to our advantage, Mr. Naruto. Cunningly.
Yes, you're right. Let's listen to the juries again carefully. If any of the assertions are at odds, I'll pit them mercilessly against each other. I need to press the old man again. Back. I clicked an extra.
Hold it!
Wait, I didn't read the sentence. I was so focused on making sure I didn't misclick again. Slipped over that evening myself on Calabash Road. I knocked myself clean out, you know? That was at around 5 o'clock, you say, the same time as the victim was attacked.
I don't know anything about the girl who was stabbed. My dinner's on the table at the same time every day.
For the record, could you please identify the precise location of your fall? Goodness, it was eons ago now. I'm not sure I can remember. It was 3 days ago. Try dredging your memory. And you said it was you said that you... Such an unfortunate incident of you tripping. Especially slippery roundabout. Oh yes, I remember now. It's just in the corner here. Eh? What happened to you then? Were you alright? Well, you don't get too many people down Calabash Road, you see? There was no one around when I fell, no one around when I knocked myself out, no one around when I came to again, and no one around when I sneezed. So I picked myself up and went back to my nice warm house where my grandchildren were waiting for me. No one around when I fell, no one around when I knocked myself out. That's so sad to say. No one around when I came to again. No one around when I sneezed. Sad and lonely picture you paint, sir. You were fortunate not to have frozen to death. Yes, how lucky that he wasn't more seriously injured. True, sounds like it was very nearly another hospital admission or worse. Yes, one more thing. Were you wearing that same green overcoat on the day in question? Absolutely, it's the only coat I have. Took until this morning to dry out properly. Good job too, or I'd have nothing to wear here. Count your blessings, I'd say. Ho 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 ho. Suppose we should. Gentleman certainly had a close shave there. Does that help us in any way? Do any of these, like, I haven't thought about which juries should be pit against Teller.
Hold it!
Ah, wait, I wasn't meant to press Q. I wanted to press pit. I'm not gonna pit this guy, but I'm gonna click to pit to see the sentences together because it's kind of annoying having to click through all of it. It's easier if I can just pit them and then see all the sentences together. Gosh, you guys have such a long conversation. Shut up, fair play! Shut up! Shut up! Okay. Woman in green collapsed before his... If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why it could have only been the victim? Wait, it might be her and then this guy. Taking on from dawn to dusk. Should I try this? So your statements clearly show a flaw in the jury's reasoning. Flaw? What are you talking about, counsel? Well, jury number 2? Jury number 6?
Whatever you mean, sir. I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you.
Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud. It's not like I was loud or anything. There's at least one fact of which we can be sure here. Bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of secondhand titles. He then returned home on foot.
But the man says he has no recollection of his return
journey? Why do I keep clicking? That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes.
Yes, we're well aware of all this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Can we really be sure of that, madam?
Why? Whatever you mean?
I'm sure you heard jury number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood.
Oh my.
Goodness, you mean... That's right. I'm referring, of course, to hard of hearing jury number 6.
Are you really suggesting the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was a jolly old gentleman on the end of the bench here with me today?
That's entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has somewhat similar build to the victim. Look at that!
Goodness me.
Sorry! You need to pay? And crucially... Sorry! You don't need to pay! And crucially! So funny. You know, precisely where the old man, the great overcoat fell, Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact jury number 6, means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly... crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home.
Oh my.
Idiot old man, if he hadn't been so daft to be roaming about there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago. Really, what are you thinking, gangster befuddling coat?
What are you saying to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days, huh? Is it a crime to slip over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful great overcoat? Is it? I can't do the old man voice, I'll die. There's too many different voices here.
My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but...
You'd like to change your leading, I presume?
I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty.
Thank you. And I would too! What? Is it a crime to change your mind, is it? Wow! Oh, he acted fast before even the lady could. Alright! 4-2!
Well done, missing that hurdle. That was wonderful.
Managed to change a couple of minds at least. Strengthen their position somewhat.
Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if only, if we could just identify one or more clue or discrepancy that could make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume. Might be able to tip the balance completely.
Exactly what we've got to do. When Sykes is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent by whatever means we have at our disposal. And counsel, on with the summation examination, please. Forego conflict of interest and it becomes a conflict. Exactly. It could have been the old man in the green that the defendant saw. I have to call not guilty, it's only right. I want to see the different lines, hold on. I like that it's a darker green. Sorry, but my overcoat setting a cat. Huh? I'm sorry, but my overcoat setting a cat among the pigeons. I'm leading to not guilty, make up for it.
Inch 2 of the jury's minds, Mr. Naruto.
There's 3 more to go.
Deliver finishing blow now. It's time to turn the tables here.
Do you know how to do a suicidal takedown? I suppose words would have to survive for now. Change to not guilty! Change your mind! You just fucking run up to the stand and fucking flip them over. I'll convince you!
Wait, I've gone around the houses all the way, but I don't. What is her? That from behind on the day it happened. I think it has to do with this guy, but I just don't know who to pit him against. Is it this guy? When I've gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop now in winter. Do we pit these two against each other as in like, well, he could have gone that way because we have someone on the other street that could have seen him go that way. Attacked from behind. Why did he already admitted it himself, didn't he? He doesn't really have an argument though. This guy doesn't have an argument. It doesn't have anything.
Hold it!
Ah, I was about to click press again. Oh my god. Is my line of thinking correct? Like, does that make sense? Like, we know it has to be jury number 5 because we got the info from him. Ah, this guy keeps fucking Okay. A good reason. A good reason? Might have taken the longer way home. Oh, because there was construction is what you're implying. Oh, wait! Wait, I had to change my line of thinking. God, you're so dumb.
Objection.
Two statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, counsel, explain yourself. Please don't point always at me, I swear. Hey, what? I just want to get this done and dusted. Is he doing like a flexing pose? What is that pose? Or jury number 3. Oh, me, sir? What do you mean? Jury number 5's words just now extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on a map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Miyuu Street, making it impassable, which means that the defendant's route home could have not taken him along Miyuu Street and down Briar Road. Oh yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? We must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. The only conclusion is this: the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. You were so lucky to have these guys as your juries. Suppose that must be right, eh? Jury number 3, you said the following: the man wouldn't have gone around the house on his way back from the bookshop, but we see now that he had no choice. Yes! My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may. Yes? I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Guess I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. 3-3! What about you, sir? Yeah, who, me? Well, alright then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in, that's what I say. I was gonna say, I wouldn't have seen him change his mind, but then when you put it in work terms, I guess I can understand it. Well, the summation examination is concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The yeas 2, the noes 4. The noes have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection.
Oh. Don't throw the glass. Don't throw the glass. Oh no, the other one.
Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising objection? Only to crush it in disgust. Pray forgive the discourtesy.
Lord Van Zykes?
It seems I must retract my earlier remark.
What do you mean?
Mistakenly credited these juries with intelligence by describing them as insightful.
Well, you should know better that they weren't insightful, that they, if anything, they were too quick. They were too decisive with their, you know, vote.
You've just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Eh?
Whatever do you mean? I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth.
Indeed, stalwart jury number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. I believe he said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated,
excavated, sir. Oh my god.
That's right, it took me all day and they paid me a measly 2pence for it. Now my learned Nipponese friend, tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represent?
Eh? Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue, no.
2 yards is a little less than 2 meters.
Less than 2 meters?
That's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor.
I mean, a little less than 2 meters is still kind of annoying. You just have to walk on the road still, and that's dangerous. Granted, it's past the late hours of the day, and I feel like there would not have been much going on the road. Not the point!
Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Eh, me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no. What? Did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? Eh? Wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time.
Okay, yeah, when you put up that point specifically, I can understand.
No coaches would have hope of passing anyway, which is turn any gentlefolk back where they came. He used to jump right over us all the time.
That's so unsafe!
Keys is no gentleman as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town. I was gonna say.
I feel like he's not that kind of person that would do that.
Ah,
that's true, is it?
the incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene.
That was also another thing I wanted to say. Hold on, let me adjust my seat because this towel is annoying. Oh, it's unfolded, that's why. Anyways, another thing I didn't really say earlier, but you know, Van Zyx was gonna say it anyways. Natsume said that he confirmed that those books were his, no? So it leads back to my original point of, is this just a waste of time? Is this a bluff? Like, I feel like the other bookstore has like some kind of importance to it, but if it's just a filler bookstore, then it's just really doing it. I don't know.
And now that he's on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road.
Ah, got crushed in a single sentence.
An old man. Old man, you can talk? He said that around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Gray was a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time. Oh, I can't say as I remember, huh?
Don't remember? Fuck, he barely remembered where he fell.
How about a way to my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw. I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it.
Still not over the fact that the jury is supposed to be unbiased, but then we have one person who already knows the fucking defendant and already has quite the biased opinion against him. Whatever.
Lord Van Zyx, explain yourself, my lord. If it's such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination? Want to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he had no doubt came for. Wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. Ugh. Well, hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel.
Ice jumping! Yeah!
Yeah! So my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord. Prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand.
Granted, bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. This is what I'm curious. We don't know who the witnesses are, and I fear it's those 2 people that we saw outside outside, what's it called? Outside, Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Outside the lodging area. Before the investigation ended, we just suddenly met two characters, for a brief moment and then disappeared very quickly. I think it's those 2.
Isn't that Horo? Do you not remember? Been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. As I remember, one of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less.
Oh wait, I forgot about that one.
Great, that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness.
No matter who Van Zykes brings to the stand as his witness, no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent. I keep believing to the very end until this battle is over. Oh, it was not those two. Well, one of them being policeman, of course we wouldn't have known, but the other one, it was a surprise. Okay.
Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court.
They both have similar eyes. Very eyelash. Very many eyelashes. Also, matching scarf. Oh my god, such pretty eyes. Constable Royally Beach, sir! Nothing to report on the street, sir! Hold on.
And I'm Mrs. Bede. Patricia is my name, and I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife.
What's the story here?
Well, in truth, we have not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day.
No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Must be an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat. Patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. Indeed, but from rare days off, our gallant officers charge some 20 miles a day, you know? They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes over the streets, check that meters are reading true. They're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our street lamps.
A number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all.
I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet, I'd have collapsed long ago.
But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat.
Excuse me.
For the London Bobby is a man of honor.
And a man of slumber. I'm so happy to see him with that as his cloak. Yes, to stripping!
On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed an incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat?
That's right, sir, isn't it, Riley?
Constable Riley Beat, sir! Nothing to report on the street, sir! What a great witness is going to be. No, keep the music!
Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident.
Yes, sir!
It was our wedding anniversary and Royally was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. Then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight ahead, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police office.
Police box, sorry.
It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Royally and I both saw him as clear as day.
Clear?
It was extremely compelling testimony, I must say. It's also very straightforward.
Oh dear. This policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Miss NATSUME at the scene. Their testimony is true. The alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed.
It's death kneel, in fact. Because the alternative was never viable in the first place.
An unfortunate chancing, and on your wedding anniversary too.
Oh, I know. But I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London bobby sounds very hard indeed.
However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, who witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused, Mr. Soseki NATSUME. One of these witnesses is a policeman, no less, so you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure.
Except the man is so tired, his wife has to do all the talking. Enough preamble, counsel for the defense. Commence the cross-examination, please. I feel like we just have to press for this one. There's the clear as day, we don't really have anything to press against that. We don't have like, here's the weather report for you to shut up, you know? So I feel like we have to press.
Hold it!
No time to change up for work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Mrs. Pete?
Oh no, certainly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply.
Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you?
I think Roy looks ever so handsome in his uniform. Suits you down the ground, isn't it, darling?
Huh? What? Oh, I just finished my beat. I don't know, we're heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there.
Is he talking in his sleep?
This is creepy.
I know, Roily. I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, that didn't seem healthy.
Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you finished your beat for the day, correct?
That's right, sir. Yes, sir. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest. I've spent the whole day on my feet. But bleaching is my life, sir. As long as I'm proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end.
Metropolitan... I can't read it. Metropolitan Police warrant card. What's that now?
I won't call, sir. Prove that I'm London copper. Is the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir! For such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without a grumble. Because I know that the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure.
So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then.
But sir! Just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. B put up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I want to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Riley. Oh, what a charming couple. The young love is such a joy to behold.
If a little over the top, perhaps? Then kindly describe what happened next.
Hold it!
To wet?
That's right. They're coming towards us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. There's a rather plump figure following by a scrawny, thin-looking man.
I bit my tongue.
They sound exactly like the victim as pictured in this print, and like Miss NATSUME.
Yes, unfortunately it does.
He's certain that... Sorry. He's certain that at the time, there was nobody else around.
Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see? There's nobody else around at all, isn't that right, my darling?
yes, that's right. Of course. There was a light fog on the ground. The road is dead straight. You can see barely a long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrian. Well, sleep takes a firm hold. Your answer, please, Mr. Beat. Are you quite sure of what you just said? Yes, sir. As a cop who spends all day, every day, keeping watch on the streets, I swear to it, sir. As I'm sure, as I can't do this shit. I am as sure as my love for Patricia is true. I can't help but just think of like the fucking like what, like a Bishonen voice. Oi, Pat.
Oh, Riley!
They're still maintaining there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened.
It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run.
I didn't stop Mr. NATSUME, did it? He bled the scene all too convincingly. It all leads back to, why did you run? Thank you. We have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed?
All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, then the other scattered something before running off.
Scattered something. What do you mean by that?
Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time, but when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling?
I have to do like a sickeningly sweet voice. What? Oh, yes, that's right. It was some old books. See, old books. Yes, sir! The culprit had dropped a number of them all around, but the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed, is clearly pictured in this photographic print.
That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed.
Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. But we saw him. It was a man in the dark without question, sir. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the tall mouth, the stub nose. Everything! Oh god, you got the mustache down too. Any more insults you want to throw in?
That's right. He looked down at the poor defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes. And then suddenly threw his books into pavement and ran away.
I see. Good stuff. They seem as though they're telling the truth here. May I remind the court that this ambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please continue. They have a lot of credibility, don't they? Yes, sir.
Hold it!
Was it your husband who went to fetch help?
No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling?
What? Oh yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. Beat to go. I was off duty by that point, but the Bobby's never totally off duty, so of course I felt obliged to stay here and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia, you see? I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? This is what I'm curious about. Depends on the crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat, so I told Patricia the way to the police box of the beat the incident fell under so she could go report it.
I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know?
Okay. Thanks to your swift response, the case is quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens.
Oh, please, you're making us blush, isn't he, darling?
Yes, sir! What Patricia said, sir. Let's move on, shall we? Okay, we've got like fucking nothing, so it's really betting on this last statement.
Hold it!
But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of gas... By the light of the gas street lamps, would you? Oh!
He absolutely could! Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know.
Right.
The light from the street lamps is more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he?
Yes, and what of the fog?
Famous for it across the globe, I believe. It's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course.
Oh, it is! When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm.
Yes, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about?
Constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling?
Huh? What? Ah, yes, it was the accused, no mistake. Mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the tall mouth, the... Oh, man. Am I unmistakable, sir? As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, can't be any question. The source like son they saw running away from the scene of the crime. So that's it, is it? That's the entire testimony?
What do you think, Mr. Naruto?
Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they say they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day.
Yes, I feel the same.
So if that's true, where does it leave us?
The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony.
Oh, no. Then what do we do?
Kazuma-sama were here.
What are you trying to say?
I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony.
What do you mean, somewhere else?
The statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if the pair's memories of the day is accurate.
I was gonna say, the policeman is quite... me. Can we really trust him? Alright.
Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, we're afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion.
Ugh. But always seem to be so up against it. Alright, we're gonna press every statement...
Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something?
Yes, of course. What is it?
You keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it!
What? No, it's not that at all.
Her husband's policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail, everything! Like... Oh, I know, what about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names, every single one I could, every single one! And dare you question how reliable my testimony is?
Ah, she's incriminating herself. No, we'll do, Mr.
No, it won't do at all! That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. And even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that royally will.
I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down. Perhaps you would like to, the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. Beat. Music is a giffy. Might that appease you?
Oh? Thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling?
So that's an extra statement, wasn't it? Yeah.
Hold it!
Bola. Yes, we know that there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say.
It was purchased by the accused at the nearby second-hand bookshop on the date in question.
After I went to the police box for help, I decided I'd have a good look around the area for good measure. I'm a proud policeman's wife, after all. I did it for royally.
And what was your husband doing at the time?
He was lying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest. He works ever so hard, you know. Ever so hard, don't you, my darling?
Interesting way of guarding the scene of a crime.
Well, Mrs. B, seeing as you regaled the court with tales of battles of recollection, would you be so kind as to recount the titles of the books you observed at the scene? I'd be happy to. Now, are you all listening? There was the picture of Monosaur somebody or the other, and what's its yearnings. Then there was a meal for someone, and the last one was definitely the thingamies something.
Isn't that 4? 1, 2.
You see?
Just out of curiosity, let's actually check their scene. Picture of monster, yeah. A meal of something, yeah. And something yearnings. Well, what's the fake one? What's the imposter one? The thingammy something. Yes, I see there are 1 or 2 holes in your memory.
Oh well, they were along those lines, I'm quite sure.
Indeed, books found at the scene with titles along those lines, as you put it.
Well, what did I tell you?
I can't fucking... I'm trying so hard.
So I think it's very mean the way you've been implying that my testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling?
Ah! He's got a gun! Anyone who upsets my Patricia will have me to answer to. Terrifying.
Yes, she really is. Oh, come on. Alright. I think we can just press the fact that she remembers the books incorrectly. Can I just present it then?
Objection.
Does that work? Is that correct? So you're saying that there were 4 books?
That's right. I remember all of them. The picture of Monos is somebody, what's its yearnings, a meal for someone, and the thingammy something.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Bede, but there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours.
Oh no! What for?
Well, I mean, she's got most of the titles right though. The fact that she only has like one thing wrong. Like, what does that imply? That's like the only thing I can think of is that this entire testimony is like fabricated. But like, is it? Simply that at the scene of the crime there were only 3 books, not 4.
What?
This is a receipt from the bookshop where the defendant bought his books.
Your
Books. Yes, and it details Mr. NATSUME's purchase that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed.
Only 3? No, that can't be. I remember seeing them. There were 4 books, I tell you. 4 dirty old books.
Oh really? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. Oh, could I have presented that one? Would. Oh wait, no, she remembers the title of books now. As you can clearly see from the evidence as well, there are only 3 books.
But I just don't believe it. I saw them there, I swear it, I saw them!
No, madam, I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon.
Ugh.
So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw,
You could have well been mistaken.
I know. Oh, no. No!
Oh, their scarves are attached. I was thinking it because of how he gets pulled around in some animations.
It's plainly evident. That is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these two witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. So you stricken to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair?
Ugh, he's right through me.
But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with the toast. To the policeman's wife, an entirely accurate testimony in every respect.
Oh,
You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely to be found.
But what about the photographic print?
It only shows 3 books. Quite right, only 3 books can be seen in that print.
That print? You mean to say?
Allow me to present another, one that shows the victim's hand.
The lions? Wait, we know that book. The lion's pride that's burnt. That's the military man's book. The military man's favorite book specifically.
I don't believe it. It's the 4th book. As you will observe, the 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. Oh.
there, you see, look at that. Look.
Yes.
It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling?
I saw. Mr. Zara is right, sir.
Let's study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the date in question.
That only incriminates that he was there. Doesn't it? That she remembers.
Cards once again, if you please.
Oh yes, of course, the pictures of Modesture, somebody or the other.
Pictures. The picture of Monosua Lokoi.
What's its yearnings?
Canterbury yearnings.
A meal for someone.
A meal for
Gabra.
in fact. As court has just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Mrs. Beatsbow's recollection can only be described as exceptional.
The thing, somebody? And the lion's pride, the thing is, so she got the right, huh?
Did you hear that, Roily? The gentleman paid me a compliment.
I saw flawless, sir. Patricia's flawless. But there are only 3 books in her seat. Mrs. Beat mentioned 4.
There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly the 4th book is that which is shown in this photographic print.
Sorry, counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt?
It's not odd at all, my lord. This photograph clearly shows the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book?
I wonder what became of that 4th book.
Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence.
You submit that in the aforementioned photographic print.
My pleasure, my lord.
Crime scene photograph 2, a second photograph of the scene taken by a policeman just after the incident, specifically shows the victim's hand. The 4th book! A book titled The Lion's Pride, discovered in the victim's hand at the scene. This is quite the predicament. RYUNOSUKE, we are very, very, very cooked if you do not cook something right now.
Prosecution rests. I have nothing further to add.
Oh god, is the jury gonna yell at us now?
What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. Your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious, long, route to the accused lodgings that you tried to establish in summation examination. They attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination.
Futile?
Walked right into this, didn't I?
You see, everything we've said is true. Isn't that right, my darling?
Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat. So perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions, should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty. Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? You have heard all of the witnesses and seen all the evidence. This trial has run its course.
Isn't that all? I'm afraid we are in a terribly precarious position. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse.
Think, RYUNOSUKE, think. What do you know? What do you do now? Raise an objection? Wait and see. I don't know! I can't raise an objection! There's nothing! If the game hasn't hinted anything, I'm fucking cooked. Open it. Can't find anything out of place, but you should! Ah!
Oh! Look at this. This book has been badly burnt.
You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state, especially not the latter pages.
What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently.
A book recently damaged by fire. What does that seem to raise a red flag with me? Updated! Updated! Fourth book updated. The back cover is badly burnt. Well, we know that, but what does that mean? What can this imply, you know? Whose notes this guy's book? How could the book have been outside if... Unless what they're telling us is a lie. The implication was that the fight... We know that the fight actually happened in the house, though. That's why, even if they are lying, there's evidence of what's happened. So how is the book outside? I mean, I can raise an objection about the book on fire, but like, how would the game? What?
Objection.
Not done yet.
No, my learned friend. It's over. The last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There's no more room for debate.
I check the feeling Zeke is out of JoJo. It came out from a JoJo anime. It's that, like, pointing pose that he has. And then he leans back a little bit. Very, very JoJo-esque. He also looks... Well, his face, anyways. He's got JoJo energy. Anyways.
I might be over as far as you're concerned, but...
Ugh. I think of what to say.
If I may? Lord Van Zykes. It seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point.
Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this.
Oh?
I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer.
So you have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and opinions invaluable. Mr. Naruto. One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance, so the court will hear you, madam. Go ahead, Mr. Sato, please. Very well, pray what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further? Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Mr. Naruto, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So you must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Sato.
Was that everything that I've examined? Was there anything else here? Not really, 2 pictures. We've examined that the end of this knife has like been cut off. We've read this. We've also read this. This also has very little reading, so the only thing we left to examine was this. And it was burned.
This is it! Susato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. Can't let it go to waste. Defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Very well, the defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case and has hitherto been overlooked.
I could probably just raw dog this.
The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The 4th book found in the victim's hand.
Objection.
We've already discussed the 4th book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it.
He's got 2-point poses, I forgot. This one and then the other one. That makes him very JoJo.
Pursuing the matter further would be flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know.
Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Oh! Yes, my lord. It's, I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track. I think you might be right.
Where is the vital clue to this case which this 4th book conceals? Ow! Ow!
Got it!
But ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What are you... Good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp. So you have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching that what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection.
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Were I to concede the point, it bears no relation to the case. There is nothing to discuss. Should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray to enlighten us all, what truth does this charred book hide?
A charred book. There's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Right, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer, then, counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this sorry Tome has suffered? The shop... What are you suggesting? The shop that sold it, its owner, its content. Its owner?
there's only one person that could have. Okay, I'm gonna be real. The wording here might fuck me up, and if I lose a point, that's fine. It's always wording if I fuck something up. I can't read. I can't read. Its contents we know isn't anything. The shop that sold it isn't. That's not relevant. We know that there's no point. What please. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner. Beg your pardon.
But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell into the floor. Fell to the floor after all. It's obviously hers.
The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered.
However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers.
Gracious, how can you possibly... Very well, play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry.
The answer to the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book. Okay, for the nth time I'm going to say it, because even though I am relatively confident, I could fuck up in terms of wording an answer, because like technically it's his, no?
Take that!
But then, I mean technically it could also be the wife's, because we know that the book was burnt because of anyways.
The answer is
That the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings.
Where is that?
A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. I thought you would keep quiet.
Landlords?
Whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know. What? Of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today. It's none other than Mrs. Garrett herself.
Oh my goodness! Me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garrett's wife. I'm his maid.
Things would be so much easier if you would just drop that pretense. Right then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garrett's house?
I would never presume to know of all the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say? You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable.
This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's house.
Good Lord, what sort of incident, counsel?
The way he leans on the sword is very, very cute.
Fire, my lord! Better say it happened in the blink of an eye, you know? Whole place filled with smoke. Didn't see a bally thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride.
Look at him! Look at him! Look at him! Look at him! You've got so many anime poses! Oh my god, look! Look! Isn't this like a similar pose to someone? Like, haven't I seen this before?
Lion's Pride?
Sorry, I got jump scared by a noise.
Lion's Pride, my joy at the very same title that's the subject of this debate.
What do you mean? Oh, do you mean?
This risible, all you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire, in which case it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. Entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime.
Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garrett was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garrett even amid the flames.
Oh, how awful! Can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Roily?
Absolutely not, sir. No, Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir. I know my favorite old novels in that case. As soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. And the wife started hurling things at me. That was I back up against the window under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books incoming 10 to the dozen. The man had his back up against the window and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious, are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime? No thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident. There's no report of the Garrett windows being broken. It's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garrett household. But is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time? Not even remotely. Because it was a winter night! Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. Alright, here's my theory. They had to open the window to let out the smoke from the fire. Huh? Doesn't that sound plausible? I accidentally clicked it. The Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. This fence postulate this scenario in all seriousness, Council. Do you earnestly claim the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garrett's wife? Because even if we did, what does that mean? I believe it's a possibility, my lord. Or unless you want to put that you can't have a decision because one of the juries is like involved in the thing, so you can't really do anything? Is that how a second investigation is gonna call out? I think that would make sense. If someone in the jury is involved in the case, you can't really call them to like make a decision, no? They're too biased. She was already biased from the start without even being involved. Fucking, she knew the defendant and didn't like him. Look, she's been fucking on the guilty side for so long. Out with this woman. Out. Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you are just a coward. A mean coward. I forgot your voice. Really? Claiming that a little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight, honestly. Lying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case, not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name. No, I assure you that was never my intention. Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. She nearly hit someone. I should box your ears, that's what I should do, it's utterly unforgivable. No wonder that guy sitted to her left, because he probably has like the reflexes to avoid her attacks. I feel like no one else here would have been able to. Do right. Here we go. How long have we sat here now, listening to this Nipponese spouting out his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could have possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with a mustache, and he ran away from the scene too. Yeah, that is true. I do declare you're right. It's true. Yes, what did I tell you? Makes sense to me. Sorry? What's that? Oh. It would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zykes? I think this trial's fucked. In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings, but then one must always exercise patience in order to save the best vintage. No, wait! The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been— Ow! Books are your predilection, my learned friend. Study them on your own time. What? No, forgive the discourtesy this time? I'm sure they're used to his antics, I guess, by now. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defense's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty.
Uh-oh.
Guilty.
Guilty.
We're going to hear this for to this
Guilty.
second time.
Guilty.
GG, Miss Natsume. Sorry, we tried. Thank you for that ambiguous response.
It's twice now!
It's over.
Tsunahoro, don't give up. Susato, have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet.
You're not suggesting.
Of course, the defense has the right to another submission examination at this point. You could still convince the juries to change their minds. You have one more chance.
My lord, the defense asked to exercise its right to summation examination. Believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. It's no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. Oh, no. No, I guess we'll just continue on with the second part of the trial, I guess. There's so little, information, though. This was, like, too little for me. Too little for what I'm used to, anyways. Actually, you know what? Let me go take a break. Let me refill my water and put my cup away. Oh, there's no music. Music. Determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. The counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. Presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman. We are, my lord. Very good. Nicely for the court, the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of the crime. Very contentious. Okay. Alright. We pause here. So I can run off and refill water and stuff. And everyone else also get some hydration as well, or a snack. BRB for 5-minute break, I guess. Yeah. Alright, hydration, snack, bathroom break, whatever the fuck. We'll be back in a moment, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see if RYUNOSUKE will survive the second summation examination. I feel like we're cooked, but like... We'll see! BRB! I did not think that was 5 minutes. Because I had to wait for my water to boil. My reaction to seeing the kettle empty. Oh, shucks. Hey, we're back, everyone. Straight back into the trial. Let me take the text off before I forget. I'm trying to get into the habit of putting OBS in front of in my front monitor, so that I remember to take it off, or at least specifically in front of my game, so I know to take off the text. Hey, and I also didn't fuck up the water ratio. I can actually sip this without burning my tongue. Good job, me. Good job. Hey. Can't stop spilling water though. Although I'm half blaming that on the... Oh my god, it is the lid. Hold on. I may have put it a little bit too high up. Hey! The jury's contentions. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his. There was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed I might reconsider. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it? You and me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit. Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble. Come think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes. Considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems. What do you mean? With one notable exception, of course, I was gonna say.
Then student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. Moreover...
Hey, what did the lamp do to you?
No one else was even at the scene to commit the crime.
If the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. Fair to see how it can be argued any other way.
That means I'm afraid that during this summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts.
But how? What could even constitute a tangible explanation here?
Is it obvious? Who stabbed the woman and how? Those 2 details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted.
That was simple, because if it was, we would have done that at the start already, alright? And I was thinking this might be hard.
Doesn't matter though, you have to do it. Otherwise, this really will be where the trial ends.
Ugh, no pressure then. I'm going to quickly take medicine as well, because I feel an incoming migraine that I'm not even going to try and combat. Ah, please work fast. It always comes so suddenly. Okay.
It's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please.
Yes. Let's get to this. Who's left? Let me do that. In Yin! Doesn't sound as good, does it? Hey, I don't have a lot of good force, and more than that, I don't want to hurt myself that hard. Those slaps sound like they would leave marks. They're gonna leave marks like what the fucking wife did to her husband. Or Mr. 𝐢𝐴𝐺. I'm gonna have those kind of marks on my face if I slapped any harder. It's going to be jury number 4, the maid, or should I say Mrs. 𝐢𝐴𝐺.
You have a book that disappeared from the 𝐢𝐴𝐺's house on the evening of the incident, and the 4th book found in the victim's hand.
Must be a way to link the two. So we have to find, using every technique I've learnt in my short career so far.
Mrs. 𝐢𝐴𝐺 and how she reacts even to things other people say.
Yes, our other mechanic that hasn't been used yet in this trial. Maybe that will save us.
Rebuttal.
Hold it!
But as we know now, there were 4 books, not 3.
What difference does it make?
There's every possibility that the 4th book in fact belongs to the defendant's landlord.
This is the part I have a problem with.
Sorry?
Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fiery scrap with his wife or something, he said.
That's not exactly how I put it, no!
Anyway, the point is the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened.
I think that's what you call a strong alibi.
So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it, which only leaves the nip on this fellow. Honestly, I can't see what all this palaver's about. It's a done deal, isn't it? I suppose it is, since I've nothing witty left to say.
Hold it!
What is that character? Fucking... Betty Boop! She reminds me of Betty Boop. Literally just the eyes, not gonna lie. Oh, I guess the lips too. But that's it.
My such delight on your face, but I'm afraid I shall not be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I'm very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman.
That's great.
One reads the morning papers is all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? You see, modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking when you say.
Not at all extreme.
As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So despite 1 or 2 minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, wouldn't you say?
Overwhelmingly.
But us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know. So I'd only be too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you would come up with one.
I'd be happy to do that too, if only I could.
Let's do our very best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady.
Right. I'm glad you omitted rational there.
Hold it!
What about the possibility that the window was open? What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been. How can you be so sure? Prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke, and you don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. To know that window wasn't open, us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, see? You can categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you? It just wasn't! They wouldn't have opened it! Then what's the point in even having windows, huh? Counsel, you'll kindly refrain from childish bickering. Oh, RYUNOSUKE, he's trying. Somehow I need to show there's an undeniable possibility that the window is open. Because this young man isn't going to budge otherwise. Welcome back, Apollo! Time to watch a court case ran by a gremlin. It's going horribly, like genuinely. Not for me specifically, because every choice that I've made so far is what in accordance with the game's storyline, I guess. Poor RYUNOSUKE is getting absolutely fucking under fire. He's absolutely under fire by all the shots taken. Like, there's absolutely nothing in this case that I feel at the moment can save this man, and I can't even think of anything either. So not only is it ran by a gremlin, it's ran by a gremlin that probably can't save this case. Mr. NATSUME, I'm sorry, but I think your fate is sealed. I'm sorry, sir. It just isn't looking good unless we figure out what the fuck this book... How this book... fucks things up. Not really how it's like it is involved, but like how it can. We'll see. I really can't draw any conclusions. That's how bad it is at the moment. The little book was on fire at the time, was it not? The flames of love, I have, you know. There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb.
Well, he brought it upon himself. It's playing with fire to betray a fiery love, isn't it? Well, did you agree?
Well, any kind of betrayal was certainly a bad thing, yes. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Mrs. Garrett.
Never you mind that. The point is, we were just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more. And I won't have any more of these suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime.
Right, well, we'll see about that. What about the jury, number 5? Doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Mrs. Garradeb's relentless onslaughts. He's useless. He's a construction site man.
So Mrs. O, he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is.
I don't think you should be used to it, though.
Hold it!
You just want to get this over with. How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here. Well, him and me both, like I said before. What? I told you already, I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some readies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning. What? You heard me? My missus isn't one to mess about, you know? She can be fierce, believe you me. Aha! That's why! Another shining example of marital bliss, then. Situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, you know, it's funny, but I can't quite remember. Sorry? It was too frightening, that's the thing. I must have blocked it out. Oh, not the dissociative amnesia. Helpful.
I wonder if Mr. B will ever be dragged into the Thames by his car.
Don't even go there, Mrs. Suttle. There must have been some way to jog his memory about this. What did he say? Let me reread it just in case the text goes missing from me clicking random shit. Situation like this cropped up the other day. She'd be fierce.
Hold it!
Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defense's culpability in this case?
Oh, sorry, what's that? You have to speak up, lad.
Tell us more about that fire.
It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on the top. It did. What a sight to behold it was.
You put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship?
Of course not. It was an angel cake to celebrate my birthday, obviously.
Seems that a common custom here in Great Britain, Miss Naruto.
Anyway, mustered all my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but candles went flying all over the room. Furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke.
Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold, but how did you catch a cold from a fire?
But if you ask who it was, the grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it.
That's what I said earlier! Ah! Ah!
Excuse me. Windows. Biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing in my grave and dead. Got a terrible cold from it. Put me in hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in Ari.
I knew it was devil worship all along. Something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason.
The smoke! The window!
We need to demonstrate who, apart from Miss Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street, as well as how he or she could have done it. Yes, but once again, the jury's statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary. I think you're going to need to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation.
If I contradiction between that sounds just good action might do the trick. We know this! You don't need to reiterate! Please! I believe I need to press for a second time, just in case. Because there's... I have one connection, but I don't have a second one, which I haven't really thought about, to be fair. But, what's her name? What's her name? Susato said that we should try and see if we can get the maid to, like... If we hear the maid say something... Well, sorry, Mrs. Garrideb say anything. So I'm going to press everyone for the second time, and if nothing comes up, I'll just deduce it. I don't know. Something to jog jury number 5's memory is interesting. This is gonna be repetitive. Bribe the judge. Oh, if it was that easy. What was that? Actually, RYUNOSUKE doesn't have enough money to even afford his own, like, lodgings. You gotta bribe someone. Man's cooked. Man's cooked. Okay, this is the guy that should go with jury number 6, but I guess I'm not gonna lie. Jury number 4 and the guy next to her, I feel like will help jog his memory. Maybe they'll give something. Maybe there's an order to this that I need to do? Oopsie. Oopsie. Why do you keep doing this? Please, 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 please say something. Maybe if I use his statement and then go back to her. Maybe it's a chain of events kind of thing? If not, I might just have to put those two against each other, maybe? But it was her that needed to say... Huh? Okay, you know, if it doesn't work out, I'll just put the first two together and then we'll figure out the rest. That order doesn't work. Okay, we'll try... We'll press you for the second time. Huh? Wait! Did you? When the house fires or die, you have to open windows to clear the smoke. That's when the chill gets you, you see! Did you change your statement from before?
Oh yes, it was one of my most memorable birthdays this year. I just can't let it go unremembered.
I'm sure the defendant will be delighted that you're using his trial to explore your past. And how is that memory related to this case exactly?
Ah! Sorry! What was that? You have to speak up, I'm afraid.
Never mind. He's as deaf as a post when he wants to be. But actually, this old man's anecdote might just provide the alternative explanation. Sorry, I need to make my point to some of the other juries.
Use only candles on my birthday this year. It's safer that way.
Oh, it's a little bit sad though.
Okay.
It's so funny they changed the statement. Only the old man could do that. Yeah. Ah! What's about I do this every fucking time! R! Press R, not Q. Alright, we have to go through this whole thing again. Oh, press. Yes, poor RYUNOSUKE is broke. Him and Susato are barely making it out alive right now. Surprised they're surviving it. They got a cozy, what did they say? They went to like a really good hotel or something and then they had to leave because it's too expensive. So they needed to find a lodging, but we didn't get any more info about that because we had to focus on the trial. I'm assuming they just found a quaint little area. Terrain blocks covered, if the door is closed, you have to open windows to clear out the smoke.
Objection.
These two jury statements clearly contradict one another. They do, exactly, counsel.
Don't point at me again, I told you it wasn't me. I was gonna say, this poor guy got pointed at again.
What's that? Speak up, lad!
Jury number 3, do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Did you hear jury number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Yes, of course, but it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open. Oh! Exactly. The day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garrideb household. Mr. Garrideb had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke.
Oh my.
Wait, you talking, huh? Oh, my head!
Excuse me.
What if you miss it? What happens if you miss it? Jury number 4, do you have something to say about that? Mrs. Garrideb! What do you mean? What is the meaning of this? How do you imply that I'm hiding who I really am? It's imperative that you confirm something for the court, so please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is it? The fire started in your house that day. Did you or your husband open the window? What? I beg your pardon, what are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if we did? Oh, alright then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering. Even though your house was on fire. Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise. Of course. Should have realized.
That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruto. You managed to establish the window was open. We simply must have that added to Mrs. Garrideb's formal statement.
Were we able to... So, would their decisions change if I... Well, that's just... Fourth book? Wait, I haven't read her thing. Now, you mentioned it, yes, the window was open at the time. I'd clean forgotten, but it's true. Fourth book! Found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. The title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garrideb told us he had been reading. Well, I really couldn't say. On the date in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading? I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now you come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At times like this, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your eyes on as well as you know. No, I really don't.
Oh boy.
It's a chain of events! I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it. Like.
Excuse me.
Nice to see you again. How are you? How are you? How are you? I'm getting so caught up in the momentum I forget to look over. What is it, jury number 5? The PTSD is kicking in. he's remembering. You know something? I've remembered what it was. The memory I've blocked out. Huh. It was listening to what this granny was saying. Brought it all flooding back. What do you mean? Listening to what this granny was saying. Granny? I don't even know if she has kids. Are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garrideb, or maid, I'll have you know. Man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home after work, like, put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out. Oh dear, what a disaster. And I heard the half of it, boy. Oh? The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost the day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck into the wall next to me, it did, about an inch deep. Ah! No words, just terror. I could smell it then, you know, the god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I could tell you. Oh. Now that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it.
Listen, Naruto, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined.
No, I wasn't thinking that.
Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like.
What? Attack? Who are you going to attack?
Never mind. Anyway, this man's worth. That could be rather significant, I think.
Alright, we'll come back to the bow. The bow and arrow! Wait, I said the bow and arrow! Wait, I wasn't thinking of a weapon. When she said uncivilized, I thought, oh, maybe with like etiquette or something. Like, at least bow before you like chop them in the head, you know? Like, you know how before someone like, which one is it? Like, is it like one of the martial arts where you like, you know, before you like start a match with somebody, you like bow with them? I'm like, I was thinking like that! Before the match starts, bow. You know? Oh, I didn't think an actual weapon, bow and arrow. Crazy. This is why I struggle with English. Boy or the like. Also, she can do a Susato takedown. Doesn't she? She can attack. We know, all the women so far have been like questionable violent streaks, yeah? Women in range will hurl almost anything at you. The kitchen knife really brought that home to me.
Hold it!
Your wife really threw a kitchen knife at you. That's right, she was chopping meat with it. Had a tidy edge on it, believe me. Still, it's all memories, isn't it? It started with that smile she threw me when we were courting. Since then, the list of things she's thrown at me has grown along with our relationship. I was a cut, then a glass, and a bottle, a chair, a wardrobe. A wardrobe! A cooker! A bath! Your wife must be even beefier than you. Things came to a head last week when she threw me right into the Thames. Still, she's not so bad when she's calmed down. She's a little sweetheart, really. I'm so happy for you. You want to know what I think? I think this whole idea of ladies first that we're so obsessed with in this country was thought up by some clever lads who've been tossed in the Thames a few too many times by their wives. That's a very interesting theory.
terrible thought.
In the face of it, this jury's statement just sounds like a really extreme antidote. I think it might turn out to be an extremely powerful weapon. A weapon I might be able to use to make the juries accept an alternative explanation here. That means I can go back to pitting these two, no? Shall I try it? Because I still need two of their opinions. Two. I still need 4 opinions. I'll just save just in case.
Objection!
Oh, it doesn't go anywhere anymore?
Hold it!
Oh, so you can only do the most recent one. I'm saving my point. I don't give a shit. I don't want to go through that dialogue. Oh, hey, noted. This is good for future. So it's these two that I'm gonna have to try and pit. You mentioned it. Yes, the window was open at the time. I've forgotten, but it's true. Oh wait! Is it not? So, isn't it her and this guy now? So it's her and this guy as proof, and then this guy, and then how the victim was stabbed. Implication that she could have thrown a knife as well. Okay, if I take an L here, it is what it is.
Objection!
Oh no, okay. So I should put them against each other. I'll take this L. So, is it just one pit here that I need to get 4 votes? No lie, the whole getting new things from a pit and getting new statements from a pit is kind of fucking with me. Like, I don't know what is good to pit anymore. So it's more that I need to focus on you. And
Objection!
okay. Those 2 statements clearly have a deeply significant connection. Good grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, Counsel. Jury number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative?
Hi, what do you mean?
An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? We demonstrated that the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garrideb's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object beside the book could have found its way from the Garrideb household to the street below. What's that now? After all, Mrs. Garrideb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, jury number 4?
What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole?
Beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling that this might be what happened. Listen here, you Eastern Gar. As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. Is that why the jury number 1 is always so, like, reactive? It's because they're always the foreman? Guess that makes sense. It was like that with the last trial. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what was it? Really taking a big gamble, yeah? It was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least this warrants further investigation. Right, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Garrideb household to the scene of the crime was... You're not insinuating the knife, are you?
Take that!
pretty heavy accusation, sweetie.
Jury number 4, Mrs. Garrett. What? What now?
I must apologize in advance for this.
But I need you to confirm something else for the court.
This knife.
Have you ever seen this knife before? Oh! Lord Counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged into the victim's back, man! My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garrett were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garrett was hurling anything she could at her husband, who'd been backed up against the window that had been open to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene. I seriously believe the book was found in the victim's grass. Are you saying that it flew out of the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand? My missus hasn't got aim like that. Yes, I admit there are many details we don't understand, but that's the point. That's precisely why we must not allow this trial to end, not right now. My. Miss Garrett, up your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not? Oh! Oh!
What does that mean?
Oh! I see!
Only in the courtroom, only RYUNOSUKE could knock out a jury without doing any physical damage.
My lord, I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all.
Thank you, madam. Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman! I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it mind. Yes, you know what? Not quite happy about this at the moment either. All together now, ladies and gents. We did it?
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Narada.
As a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of juries' leanings have changed. 2 juries called guilty against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. This trial will continue.
The trial? But we just do another investigation! End it! End it!
And then Lord Van Zykes, how does the prosecution wish to proceed? Surprised you only poured a drink now. I feel like through that entire fiasco you would have had a couple of drinks in you already. This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Like corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough.
Ah, that's 3 times now you've thrown it to the lamp.
What follows is so sorry. Repugnant that it's not sorry. It's good for nothing, save the gutter. If I may, Lord Van Zykes, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond, but let me start by insisting. But you must all familiarize yourselves better with the relative positions of those places being discussed.
What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? I was thinking, like, if she was throwing the knife, if she was thrown out by the knife, where was her backside? Because if we are to imply that Mr. What's-his-face, if Mr. NATSUME was walking home in that direction, back from the bookshop to his lodgings, right, and we know from his own words that just as I passed the lady, meaning they were walking in the same direction, meaning if we were to think about it, where the house is, her backside wouldn't be facing the lodgings. So, yeah, this is going horrible. This trial sucks. I fear that I don't think a good ending is gonna come from this. I don't know what outcome we're gonna have. I don't think this knife is gonna be lodged into... Like, if anything, I feel like she fainted from, like, being accused. I'll be honest. Like, it all leads back to why was she holding that book? It has to be more than that. Unless... Unless, what? She saw the book being thrown and then she went to turn her back to like, oh my goodness, what is this book? Picks it up and then gets stabbed in the back. Anyways, I don't think it's Mrs. Garrett. She doesn't really have a... Is this just an accident? What are the... I'm so used to Ace Attorney, like, cases being a situation of, this guy is bad! Like, the first case that we had in Great Britain was already quite a troubling case. But it didn't really end satisfactory. Like, it wasn't good, no, at all to end on, because we didn't find the full truth of everything. The first actual trial that we've ever had in the game, too, was also questionable at best, but we did get, like, an outcome there. We did get, like, a final, like, truth. We just didn't get favorable outcome. Oh god, this game! I get it because they're still trying to build up the lore, so not everything is gonna go right. That only makes the endings of these cases so morally questionable. They just all hit a gray area and it's just unsatisfactory. Oh no, he is gonna pull up the point that I mentioned.
It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garrett household runs a rather wide street.
Oh wait, no, you're implying that she probably wouldn't have been able to throw a projectile that far, are you?
Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Garrett house to the scene is some, yes, 15 yards.
Let me see. 15 yards. It's around 14 meters.
That is that's pretty big.
That's a little farther than I imagined.
And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as some portentous significance, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smouldering book, wantonly hurled by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots.
Ah, that is actually kind of insulting. Especially when we know that Iris is like... How old is she again? 10? 10 years old.
There's nothing I can say to that. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice.
I'd love it.
Suzuto. Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he?
Maybe let's pick our battles here.
My lord, might I be allowed to speak?
As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense, yes. Go ahead.
Prosecution may consider the idea a fantasy. What the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leanings. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible.
Second investigation! Second investigation! Please have a second investigation! I want to get out of here for a second investigation!
To that end? Yeah. Jury number 4. This is Joanne Garrett-Dem. Must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination.
Saints alive! The cross-examination of a jury! Well, that's... I'm just saying, that's not y'all's fault, isn't it? You're supposed to choose a jury with unbiased opinions, no? Because it seems she's quite involved in this case, having an already biased opinion against my defendant! Ah! I'm so tired of this. Get me out of here!
Well, this is highly irregular. As I'm presented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
But I'm the bottle!
And unnecessary. The Lord Van Dykes. There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. My learned friend's farcical theory has any truth in it, and both a burning book and a jackknife must have thrown through the sky before this couple's eyes.
That is actually a good point. I completely forgot about these two witnesses. They definitely would have seen it. That is a good point.
Must assume they would be able to testify accordingly. What say you, witnesses?
Yes, sir. Constable Riley B. Reply for duty, sir.
Well, good morning, officer.
Sorry for dozing until now, sir. I was left for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir.
Oh, they're so heroic, these London bobbies.
Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more.
Oh, Riley, my hero, you make me swoon.
Very well, I hereby reject the defense's request.
Oh,
One of the witnesses in the stand to testify again. Stay forth while before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events.
Yes, sir. He's actually awake. His eyes do fall every now and then, but I'm familiar. I'm very familiar with that feeling. A Constable Beats report. That's nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. I believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, windows on the top floor of the Garrett's house are top hinge casements.
obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Roily was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
I take my eyes off the crime scene for 1 minute, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. Is it you have nothing to say, or were you asleep? Yeah. It was quite startling. Top hinged casement windows.
That detail was not in the police report, Constable.
Yes, sorry about that. Must have been a little drowsy.
You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable.
No, sir! I'm sorry, but what exactly is a top hinged casement window?
And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend.
Of course, sorry.
I found it, Mr. Naruto. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's room.
Alright, I'll try. I can only remember fucking Herlock Sholmes being there. I'll be honest, I wasn't really looking at the windows, I was just looking at him peeking out the windows.
So the windows open in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. But as it's a top hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see.
Meaning it doesn't open. Ah.
Glad you rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount.
It prevents it opening?
It's all news to me.
Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or a knife would have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down the pavement below. I'm surprised with all her throwing that she didn't actually break it, though. See, if she was throwing a lot of things, but not enough to break the window. She must have bad aim.
You see the problem, Ben? Good. Your education in Windows is complete. Doesn't have any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already.
I can't. You gotta stop getting hit, bro. You see how cooked this trial is if we see poor RYUNOSUKE get hit on the back so many times.
Did you see that, Roily? A young Japanese man just collapsed in agony.
Oh yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me.
Oh, Roily, you're so strong.
How is this happening? Haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed. At least we got that out of the way. Yeah, so if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination. Lord, good. Another desperate situation. To be fair, the fact that we've made it this far is a miracle enough in itself. I never did Drum Girls Kid. Sounds like you were busy though. Fair enough. What is this case so far? I'll try and recap it as concise as I can. Basically, oh, I guess I should put photos to it. Okay, so this is our defendant. That's me. This is our victim. Olive Green, Miss Green, I believe. She's currently unconscious, so we don't have a statement from her. We don't know anything about her. So what we have at the moment is that when we went to investigate, where are we technically? If we're talking about the window, basically these two married couple. The landlords, right? And what's happening right now is that they had a heated argument where a fire started in their house, and then the claim that the defense tried to make was that she, or at least tried to like persuade the jury in their favor, is that the little argument where the fire was happening, the wife could have thrown something towards this point, which is where the crime scene is, right? And that could have hit the victim, I guess. But I don't know, man. This trial is so ass. I don't even know what like to back up. I don't even know what I should say. But apparently, also there was two witnesses that was walking on. What did they say? Well, they're walking on the opposite side of the Briar Road. Was it from this angle? Walking from this angle, right? And that's how they were able to witness the quotations. Witness the crime happen, and that's the witnesses that we're pressing at the moment. So because there is two witnesses, and if our claim is that something was being thrown out of the lodge-in, these two witnesses can, I don't know, tell us there was nothing there, because I'm pretty sure there was nothing there. I mean, I don't, like, we tried to discredit their credibility and that didn't fucking work, so like, you can't really push them down that anything about their testimony is fabricated, especially if it's two people, one of them is a policeman. Like, not only that, a policeman that actually knew his stuff about the fucking window being a top hinged casement. This trial is so cooked! What statement of a person? How you can say that for certain? Very good question, sir. The answer is this. As the noble founding principles of the force written on as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty.
He showed us that before, didn't he?
Did he? Can't say I remember. He did. To patrol the streets of London town, uphold the peace of common man is what the job's all about. And that is why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife. What? What does that mean? Beside my long-suffering wife and tell you Bobby's good for his word. By rubbing my tired eyes, admittedly. Shaw!
Oh, Riley, you're so manly.
Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Riley.
No, none of this is what I meant. I meant how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett? Ah, I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir. Yes? Well, could you answer the question? That was a waste of time then. Absolutely, sir. I'll answer to the fullest of my ability, sir. That's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garrett of domestic dispute can't be related to this case. But before I get into that, sir, just one thing. Yes? I very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. I hope you take back some tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here. I was gonna say, yeah, are you giving us your card? So that inside, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Thank you, I'll try. Constable Beat's warrant card has been entered. A folding small wallet that identifies London bobbies and contains the rules of conduct to which they must adhere. Let's read that! Let's be nosy! I don't know if I can handle looking at these two anymore because it's destroying our defense.
Objection.
No! No! Why did I press R? You know what? I'll take that out. Maybe that'll sit me the fuck down. I'm saving. Let me save. Let me save so I don't fucking fumble that again. This is horrible. Everything about this is horrible. And then we have to open the court record by presenting here. Ah! Principles of policing. Item 1. A policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. Item 2. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Okay, so far what we know. Oh wait! This is principles of principles of policing. Metropolitan police regulations. Item 1. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. Item 2. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. So this wasn't within his beat, right? That's what he was saying. He was also off duty. But mainly the beat thing, because what? The point was that Mrs. Beat had to get the corresponding police box for that jurisdiction. Cute. By which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct? Yes, sir. They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see, so they're restricted as to how much they open.
And therefore, anything thrown out of the window from the inside of the room would simply strike the pane, and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here is the location where objects would have fallen.
Just directly opposite the scene of the crime on the other side of the rather wide road. Would it be so hard for somebody to mention this top-hinged casement thing before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable. What would that be, sir?
How do you even know?
Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house is furnished with? Well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday. Let me mentally prepare for this one.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, Mrs. B? Hmm? Sorry?
You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that?
Oh, I was just remembering, that's all. We really were so lucky.
Lucky? What do you mean?
Well, of course, I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked, but don't misunderstand me, please. We were just so lucky it didn't happen on Royalty's beat. It was so close, you see.
Oh, I hadn't realized.
Oh yes, that straight Briar Road, that's the boundary between Royalty's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love?
Constable Bate! Huh? Oh, yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Garrideb household yesterday. The house is on my beat, you see, so...
Huh? That really was cutting it close then.
Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garrideb household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well?
Outside Mr. Garrideb's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat. I see. I was unaware of that.
Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a bobby, after all.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no! I was about to dismiss the window thing, and then you said all of that. Oh no! Oh no! It all leads back to another accident, I fear. Oh no! Wait, okay, I'll just say this now because I don't know if it's actually gonna be true. So we know that the whole window thing is that it couldn't have been thrown out the window because of the whole top thing. Top case plate, you can't top. What if Van Zyke says that if something did come, if something did fall, did hit the window and get out of it, would fall down to here. No. Is oh. Okay, well that's the implication that the couple did incriminate something, you know? That's with the assumption that they did incriminate. But if they aren't the ones, it falls back into the what the fuck is going on, because we don't have anyone to really, you know. Oh, you guys are young couples. 23 and 21. Alright, oh. No, it can't be. It's not, no? That can't. This entire case doesn't fall on an accident, is it? I mean, the girl. I mean, actually, there wasn't a murder. So, an accident happening on account of someone just being comatose isn't as bad because at least she's still alive. Rather, granted, comatose isn't as good, though. But at least they're living and breathing. So. Yeah. Is this a fill-up? This case is actually making me go crazy.
It's the life of a bobby after all.
Extraordinary people are bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners.
You know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling?
That must be it. Pat, my love, that must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record.
Leave it to me, Miss Naruto. I'll take care of it immediately.
Oh, case file. Pavement where the victim was found lies just outside Constable Beat's beat, the border of which runs down the middle of Briar Road.
Now it's my turn, I think.
I fear for what this case will do to my mentality. But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark.
Oh, but Royal and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for our lucky star.
Sorry?
The star that will guide us to eternal happiness.
You know, I commit. I was not gonna lie. This is really bad for me to say, but this is just like the expectations that I have for like Ace Attorney cases. I was expecting like to not be committed. That is the safest way that I could put that. If that makes sense. But she's very committed to Roily. And she loves him very much. Like that's what makes this very painful of a testimony. They're very painful witnesses because they're very they've been pretty like on par with everything so far. Everything has been correct, supposedly. It's so damn painful. She's just very devoted to her husband, and he is also very devoted to his wife. Can't it guide you to answer the question? Flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us. You've lit up like a shooting star.
And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. I'd really be an inspector, I would have said 3 times at least.
Oh, so the smog and everything, we actually couldn't see any stars.
I'm sure that you're trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you.
I saw that was correct, sir. As sure as the night sky in London is starless, sir. Certainly seems like they're telling the truth.
And we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her.
In a strong girl's kit. I'll put it on this stream when it's finished, or last stream. I think this stream? This stream, please. Just so that I remember, like, oh, this is the day that I saw, like, drum kit. Like, yeah, this stream. I'm trying to put it in my head because I know technically we talked about it. It's like last time, but I'll remember if it's like in the when I first like saw it. I don't know if that makes sense. This stream, please. Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police office. To fetch another officer, is that right? Please box, please box.
That's right, yes? If it had been royally speed, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course.
I feel bad, my love. Can't be expecting an indication of every police box on every beat.
So Rolly told me the way, only I sort of got a little lost on the way.
Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me.
This is so painful! It's not even them gushing with each other, it's the fact that they're good witness quotations. Good witnesses! This case is painful.
Well, at least we have something in common. Me and Patricia have bad sense of direction.
Oh, Pat.
Oh, really?
Oh, please.
So I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. Like I said, my royally was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed.
I was off duty at the time, of course. True Bob is never really off duty, sir.
Take my bait off the crime scene for
Nothing to report. That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time, never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Yeah, I swear to that on the yard's honor, sir. Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me, sir. This burnt copy of the Lion Sprite was originally in the Garrett household, so the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? You shed light on that scene as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time. Wait, real? Oh, could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happens to be burned as well? Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As you can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Sir, a book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene. What? That's so. There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. Yes, me too. Two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back and how that book ended up in her hand. There must have been some common thread between them.
Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir?
Yes, of course. What is it?
You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell.
Doing this shit again. Wasn't really, I mean, what's she doing?
Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am.
I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you.
No excuses. I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you?
Yes, Mrs. Bede, I'll allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one. Was a very loud mutter.
I heard that. That Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Oh, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Roy Lee won't.
Duly noted, Mrs. Bede. Please, I humbly ask you to continue.
What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder?
That is the scary bit, isn't it?
Know what I saw? My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though.
Hold it!
Mrs. B, nobody is questioning what you've told us.
I saw it. I did. That evening I saw it clearly. That little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back slinking away from the scene.
Ah.
And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky.
Or very clear.
also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction.
Oh, yes? Well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place and I've made arrangements to meet Royally. He gets ever so cross.
He has something to say. Also, if she has a bad sense of direction, does she know what side of the street she is on? She does know that at least, doesn't she? She said that the cross area that the area with that's what she said. It's the directions given that she gets lost. Her surroundings she should be familiar. You know what? She can speak for herself. Constable Beat, is there a problem?
No, sir, no problem, sir.
Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps?
In a way, sir, yes, sir. I just remember the same thing happened that evening is all.
Huh? You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way on the night of the incident?
You see, I sent her out to find a police box in the next beat over from mine, but she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting, so I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes.
But my darling was gone a good 15.
Oh, Royally, you're such a tease. The reason that was so long was because of the bouquet, silly.
The bouquet?
Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about?
Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Royally, so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and halfpennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds.
Yes, how romantic.
I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling?
Huh? Yes. But that was just between us.
No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise.
Really? Oh.
Eh? What was that all about?
Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange.
I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Miss Naruto. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet.
Mrs. Beat, the bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please.
Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to.
You have a lot of complaints, don't you? In my head, a Van Zyx was like, "This is irrelevant!" Or at least said in the Great Britain English. Whatever wording that is.
What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
So this is... So this is her last statement that she gave us. Okay.
Hold it!
Good morning! I accidentally took a 4-hour nap at 5:30. And I can't understand time. Oh no! When a nap goes on for just a bit too long. Good morning, Poker Castle! How are you? Sure, it must have been a good nap though, if you slept for that long, but good luck to your body clock, I think. I haven't gotten that in a while. I have had a nap where I'm pretty sure, like, was it one of my streams? I'm pretty sure that was one of my streams where I mentioned that I had a nap. I usually don't take naps, so sometimes it's really bad where I do take like too long of a nap. Oh, that one stream that I missed! That one stream that I literally fucking overslept on. That was my nap. that one waiting room that I never streamed in because of that fucked up nap that I took. Usually when that happens, it fucks up my entire like sleeping schedule, but it didn't at that time. I was expecting for me to have a really fucked up sleeping schedule, but I think I've been so like sleep deprived it doesn't really change anything. A little bit unfortunate, but whatever. You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime?
Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back, I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Royally gave me. It was in a dark spot where the street lights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first.
My nose. And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on.
Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again. But the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
Yeah, I'm going back to my statement of I thought that the wife not being committed, like I thought she would be the one that was a little bit mischievous, I guess you could put it. By perchance, especially after that last statement that we pushed. This one here, by any chance is it Riley that is doing some incriminating stuff? Surely not. You're a man of the law. You're a man of the law. Is that why we have this? This, by perchance, will we find ourselves in this situation? Guess we'll see how this case goes. In case you need reminding, Mrs. Beat, the victim is not deceased.
I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road.
Your husband, presumably.
That's right. Silly me, I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although I'm going to blame the bouquet this time, I can't think how it got there. I really can't.
So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite.
Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose Royally bought me. That change from the gutter he spent so long collecting.
By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose?
What do you mean, sorry?
Oh, yes, that's it! That's the bouquet Royally bought me for our anniversary with old bits of change he found in the gutter.
Bouquet? We just called it a rose. Tell us, Lord of 𝐢𝐧𝐼, where did you come by the flower?
According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garrideb household.
In front of the Garrideb's household?
Although it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Could I have it back now, please?
No, I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence.
Oh,
Anniversary bouquet. A present for Patricia Beat from her husband, Royally. The shock of seeing the stabbed victim caused Mrs. Beat to drop the rose where she stood.
it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial, do you hear me? I want it back!
Good grief! Rest assured that I shall do my very best not to forget, Mrs. Beat. Reminds me I need to stream more, but any chance I have either procrastinate or something comes up. It's very easy to put off streaming. Not lie, I get what you mean. That's why I put myself on a set schedule. So before all my shorts ended up blowing up. So like the start of this year, the end of last year, start of this year. My entire schedule last year was very flimsy. Because I didn't really have a set schedule. But then then it worked out for me because Monday, Tuesdays was like my free days. So I was like, you know what? I can commit to this. I'll be honest, I'm surprised I've committed this long. Well, I'm a creature of habit. I'm okay with the routine. But I can't understand the sentiment. The latter also being when things do come up, it really sucks if you can't stream. Like, guys, I'm still thinking about how it feels like it's been so long since I've talked to you guys. Because I didn't do a Saturday stream since I had to cancel. The stream was up for very long, but it was still technically a cancelled stream because I did mention that I was gonna stream on Saturday and then I didn't. I didn't.
Oh well.
So, I have a theory on what's happened, but I don't know what to press in this statement, is the unfortunate bit. Oh! Maybe we can see a burn mark? Oh no, we can't see anything. We'll investigate this anyways. It's very stylish paper the flower's wrapped in, isn't it?
It's just an old newspaper, Mr. Naruto.
Oh, I suppose it's because I'm not used to seeing English print. It looks so exotic to me.
I see.
Is something wrong?
Oh, no, I was just thinking that if you wrapped a stone-baked sweet potato in English newspaper, it might look like some sort of fancy cake.
Susato-san, you do love your cakes.
An English rose, it's such a beautiful flower.
Oh, this is a rose, is it? I've never seen one before.
Do you not take interest in flowers, Mr. Naruto?
Wouldn't say that exactly, but I do know 3 types at least.
Gosh, 3?
Yes, plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom.
Perhaps you should consider branching out, learning some that aren't fruit tree-based, for example.
Oh, that's a... I feel like we can't really see anything here. Maybe something underneath the flower? Not really. At its best, this is pretty untouched. Like, there's nothing really happened to it. So that leads me back. What the fuck do I press? Clicking anything that I can for a different response. Maybe it's hidden, you don't know! It sucks. No. Okay, nothing's changing. Maybe the underside? No. No, nothing's changing. I'll stop. So the rose where she stood. Okay, I'm gonna press these 2 last statements.
Hold it!
Oh, Mr. Naruto, what do you make of all this?
Yes, the whole idea of an invisible attacker has been troubling me all along, but I believe I'm starting to get a picture of what really happened here now. Fourth book that had no business being at the scene of the crime may be sure that Mrs. Garrett was hiding something from us, but it's becoming increasingly clear that someone else has been hiding something from us as well. I think I may already be armed with everything I need to strike a decisive blow here.
But I what? I what?
Whole truth about this affair. Wait, let me read all the sentences slow. I feel like what I would do was would press on him on, okay, you didn't see anything happen, but I don't know what to press. I genuinely couldn't tell you. I probably have to present the bouquet. I just don't know what to press it on. The shock, where she stood. The importance is where she stood. You are correct about that one.
Hold it!
I guess I'll just take an L. I'll just take an L, to be honest. I really haven't a clue. What if it's not the rose? Not really have anything else to present on, though. But the rose is, like, proof that... Like, this is the statement where she implies that she dropped... She saw the knife and then dropped the rose where she stood. But we're pushing that she was the one that, if she doesn't know her sense of direction, and then why is the bouquet still on the other side of the road? How do you push it the other side? I forgot this was also updated. The location and pavement of Fry Road East Side, yeah. Reporting officer really beat.
Objection!
No, it's not. I can always turn back my save file, but I'm just gonna bullshit it at this point. Maybe it's not the rose that I should be presenting. Present on the last statement. What happened? No, hold on. No, you weren't meant to click.
Hold it!
Rip my points of HP. I'm gonna get myself cooked. Make sure nothing was disturbed, but what was disturbed was the rose. Is that what you gonna buy? Fetch help, but I trust your others to make sure nothing was disturbed. I'm taking my eyes off the kaiser for one moment. Because if I pressed the rose on this, it'd be like, okay, well, of course you didn't really care about the rose, you was focused on the crime. If I pressed it on this, would it make more sense? That the rose was disturbed. Wait. I don't know what to press this on.
Objection!
Okay. File. Rose in the last statement?
Objection!
Ah! I was overthinking it again.
UK, Constable Beat. There was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. That cannot be.
What? What do you mean to say?
In testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back to the scene of the crime, the policeman assigned to the beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom could be so described, no doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs.
Mika? Even I'm shocked at you saying that. He gets no bitches. It makes sense, he's called the Ripper of the Bailey.
Objection!
But if that were the case, why did Constable B not testify to the fact?
No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honour. But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Royally didn't mention it, I'm sure.
No, because sadly, it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garrideb's book. Mr. Garrideb's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out of the window by his wife.
would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet... It was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them.
What are you trying to say? The way you're talking sounds like you're making my royally...
Make.
Sounds like you think my royalty's done something wrong.
What am I reading? Jill, listen to a word that's scrawny. I never fucking remember your voice.
Maybe that's why I never tried the first time we met.
Lawyer says, reading on about books and bouquets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking. That's what it is.
You know what? I give up. Oh, good. Mrs. Garrett's come around.
Oh yeah, she fainted. Might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garrett, but deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called tampering, Mr. Naruhodo.
That's the word I always forget. Tampering.
The person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it for a very subtle but compelling reason. Tampering? You've barely heard the term before. Adele is my learned friend, who would possibly have cause to carry out such an elaborate deception. Yes, there's someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person.
My nose itchy.
And so I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime?
Technically, I only have 1 point of HP here, but let's all just believe that I am somewhat decent at this game. Wait, why did I put it over my defendant? Why did I do that? Sorry, that's it. What the fuck? That was just
Take that!
a habit. I like the ending of the event. The event for... Wait, the game is playing on its own. Stop that. For... Star Rail? I'm trying to think of what events we've had. We had an event in ZZZ as well, but that was like a very short event. That wasn't really an event. It was a filler event. when I click out of the game, okay, I need to probably click out of the game. I'm to a point where the kits I've done are very catered to being for turn-based combat. It'll be very hard to convert if I ever choose to switch to real-time combat or something of the like. That does pose an issue, doesn't it? But I think, you know, just you don't have to stick to it. I think about the, you know, that the Penacony special program where they were talking about Ocheron's like kit, where they had like been developing that kit for like a year prior to that already, or like 2 years or whatever. And they had so many of like these ideas that they had on paper, but so many of it just got like thrown out the window. I feel like, you know what? It's fine. I feel like just put as much as you can down so you get it gives you a better idea of like just the character itself. 'Cause even if it is just their gameplay, you get an idea of just how they would like work in a combat setting, or how you want them to work in a combat setting. Because if you just have nothing on paper for that character, it's like, what do you work with, you know? You have to start from scratch all over again. It'll be really annoying. If you have something down already, you can just like use the base of that and then maneuver it around, you know? It does, although it is very annoying to think about if you do have to change it. But it's that planning stage, man! It's that planning stage. Also, all these kits sound really fun. I say full send into it. But also, Leon, no worries, man. All good, take care. Hold on, let me get my hair out of the way. I have my hood up, but my hair isn't situated very nicely. It's kind of annoying. Okay. Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Royally Beat, it was you. What a policeman, a member of Scotland Yard.
What nonsense! Why would my royally do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband.
That's for sure.
Now Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London.
Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about the Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
If that were true, Constable B would have seen him do it.
Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. V, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Well...
Objection!
First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing.
Evidence!
You claim the crime scene was tampered with. There's only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime, to hide something.
That's right! He's right! But my husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. So why would he have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense.
You offered no motive for this alleged tampering. Until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats.
Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair.
Mr. Naruto, have you managed to solve this mystery?
Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering. Yes, my lord. I need to save desperately. I cannot fumble this. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide where the book fell, where the victim fell. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs.
What?
Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road, we saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know.
That's certainly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What? What?
Beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel.
That's your assertion, and the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend.
Well, are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening? Oh, ho, 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 ho. Right here, sir!
I need to save. Don't fumble this.
Take that!
Oh, that's on the opposite side of the road.
I don't understand.
On the evening in question, Mr. Garrett's book fell directly down from the open window above, and your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself. Good gracious!
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
That's right. I saw it with my own eyes.
It's 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was the typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid,
that was actually on the west side of the Briar Road.
No, that's not true. It could have been.
Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. During the 50 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print, the victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything in fact to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road. Extraordinary. The constable overlooked one thing.
What? What did he overlook?
The bouquet, I presume. Exactly.
Prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zyke said it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lights cast no light.
This couldn't have been seen in the dark, obviously. Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable Roily Beat. Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important?
Oh, really? It isn't true, is it? What that lawyer said, it's all lies, isn't it? I know it is because you're the most upstanding, righteous person I know.
Man, I know. I had a dream. A terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed. Only it seems... wasn't a dream at all. Good golly! What on earth is the meaning of all of this?
Oh, really? Why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it?
A corpse? She's alive. Wishing the victim dead should be one too.
Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London town. I can't say, sir. What? I really am ever so sorry about all this. Damaging the Yard's reputation. For everything. I have a possible explanation. For why on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman?
No, he doesn't need to be Scotland Yard policeman for us to figure that out.
Yet Lord Van Zyke, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. Ugh. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Oh, I'm extraordinary all of a sudden. Counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I think you'd better show us some evidence. At once, my lord. The book, right? England, Japan. Makes no difference where you come from, human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. Please be right.
Take that!
I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land and I have only just arrived from Japan, which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though honourable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat is in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Special? No. On account of this bouquet, my lord.
Oh, yes. It was our very first wedding anniversary.
Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal.
when he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road.
And he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them. What must have gone through the man's mind? Particularly, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. This is probably the Lord being married to Bobby like me.
I want to show my dear wife how much I cared.
This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend to me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Aha! Constable Beat? Is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day?
Yes. Everything you said, it's alright. So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat.
Oh. Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat.
Gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you've done?
It was the first time since I became a copper that I had ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As I ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where you were, where the victim was lying, and what it meant for me. When a crime is discovered, his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? Why tonight of all nights? Why? Accidents. Just an unfortunate accident. Copper's job to guide the scene of the crime, so though Pat, you'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was, then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. Is the next beat to mine, Pat. You have to go to the police box that covers it. Then right along Mersham Street, and then I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, Constable. I just wanted, just that one night, to take my Patricia out for dinner. Oh, Riley. Just that one night.
You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined, and so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction, just across the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care.
See, I thought, well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see.
Beg your pardon?
Of course he did! Otherwise, my Roily would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement.
I see your meaning now.
God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat.
Oh no, Roily, that was all my fault. I should have never dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Roily.
He's very devoted. And can you tell us, Constable? How many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total? Huh? Oh, 4. Yes, sir, definitely 4. Three of them dropped by Mr. NATSUME, and the fourth being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Garrett household, of course.
But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? And all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean.
Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it.
How you found it? What do you mean?
When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So I moved everything. I made sure it was still in her hand.
You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding?
Yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir.
Interesting. Fourth book updated. That was in the victim's hand when Mrs. B first ran over to see what had happened.
There was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only the two people at the scene. And Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who'd done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of a difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it.
It's just really pitiful to watch.
My lord.
Yes, Lord Van Dykes.
I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Prosecutor, sir, what will become of my Royally? What will happen to him?
Now you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please, don't punish my husband. This is all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late.
Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home now. I'm tired.
Alright then, my love.
One last thing, Constable.
Sir?
Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you.
Yes, sir.
Carve that lesson in your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime.
Never again, sir. You mean to say?
Leave. Now. The trial is not yet over.
Sir!
Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transporting the entire scene of a crime like that?
Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here, principally. That the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is the only person who could have possibly committed this crime.
No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back.
Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of the possibility already.
What Van Dykes is true.
Very well. Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing.
We're continuing? No, not another investigation? Really? Please, please.
Take that!
The defense would once again like to request a cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Once again, my assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative that we cross-examine jury number 4, Mrs. Joanne Garrett.
Me?
That request has already been denied.
But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Garrett, answer me this.
What do you want now, you little toad?
the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garadeb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited, and to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road. Well, what of it? You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open top-hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident. Yes, and as I said, what of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you once more, Mrs. Garadeb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before? Oh! I don't recall it. Seriously? Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw out of my husband? Anyway, the man over there in all that regalia said members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he?
Conveniently, yes. Can we call her husband?
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all, jury number 4.
Oh?
Make no mistake, the juries are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out.
But that's just a common or garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know? What's that? Are you joking?
What are you saying, please, Mrs. Garadeb?
Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it.
Well, that's just something you have to get used to.
Oh, the poor woman. So yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife if that's what you think. Come along now, chop chop. Do your worst.
Well,
Mr. Naruhodo,
if I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already.
Then take the stand, juror. Prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman.
Thank you, Lord Van Zykes. I'm going to have to testify? Jury number 4, as I'm sure you'll appreciate having observed it with your own eyes today. Witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths behind being unearthed, truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware.
Dear me.
So demand your full and unadulterated
testimony, Mrs. Garadeb. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth.
Do you concur, counsels? Certainly, my lord.
Oh! That's what I'm hoping for, my lord. It's such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here, in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer.
Even if it was a case of an accident, I guess. Not being like a full-out murder could help him be confident in the truth. Because a murder just leaves a bit of, like, taste in your mouth, you know? Not many lives here are at stake with the defendants, I guess. Still attempted murder.
Witness, state your name and occupation.
Oh, yes, my name is Joanne Garadeb. And I'm, well, I'm a juror and such like.
Sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore. Court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam?
Yes, my lord.
You tell the court everything that took place in your household in the evening in question.
Oh, sorry. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth.
Oh, dearie me.
Chin up, Joni. Nothing to worry about now.
Oh, I didn't know you were here, John.
I was gonna say, is he gonna be here? He's gonna be here to support. Oh my god! Two pairs of witnesses now. Are married couples. Oh, that's kind of cute.
Was it only you in the room that day or thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you?
But what about your knee, dear?
Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. Not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone.
Oh, John.
Such two stark voices. I presume you are Mr. John Garrett.
Yes, sir. Former 2nd Lieutenant of the 2nd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. It's in my fair share of action now, living the quiet life, as it were. Quiet life? You're not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the date in question. Ah, well, yes. Quite. I believe this may represent a first in proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. So, at once.
The Battle of Garredev.
Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now.
Can't recall the reason now. Would you like me to tell you? I remember clear as day a book with a little bookmark that was actually a calling card. Accidentally mailed to you. A calling card, I said. Not really a calling card. I guess it... up to interpretation.
Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out though and got the window open.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Blade of knives around our place. Can't say I'd notice if 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. If that valley thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think.
We have a dent, but I just wonder where that dent will come in. Well, not a dent, sorry. A missing piece, a broken off piece. Sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening.
Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems. Enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive
maneuvers? Matters? You click too quickly every time.
measures.
Oh, it was neither of the two.
To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been dosed. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield you're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment.
We still talking about a marital quarrel here?
Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife. Combat one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than that they have testified already. This may be a dead end.
Van Zykes may well be right.
Well, whatever the chances, you only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Miss Naruto.
Yes, I'm afraid so. I like the music.
Begin your cross-examination.
It's the final stretch, boys! We've got this! You just need to prove that the jackknife is a belonging of the Garredeb household. I guess we just have to press everyone and then I think a statement will come up. That's my guess anyways. The current statements don't really shine anything, I guess. Shine a light on anything. So we have to punch it out. The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe.
Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was tucked into the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Garrideb.
Rather passionate note, in fact. But Mrs. Garrideb found the note discovering her husband's little secret.
And she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it too.
Speaking of which, I don't see it. What a sordid state of affairs.
Hell on earth.
You look so pitiful, sir.
I say, when a chap says he can't recall such things, it's common decency not to drag it all up. Besides, half of it was wide on the mark anyway.
A likely story. These waters run very deep. What transpired next after these multiple blows to the face?
Hold it!
And the fire also spread to some items of furniture, didn't it?
Bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine, really. Just happens that some bathwater around that evening, so I sloshed that about to put it out.
Most precarious situation you put yourself in.
This is a 3-story town, house on the west side of the street where the water main isn't connected yet. Have to draw water from public water pump during the day if you need any, you see.
Lodgers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night, although that little mustache Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe. He must miss the bathhouses. Did bathhouses... How old are bathhouses in Japan? Because those are so convenient. The defendant, Miss NATSUME, you mean?
Yes, he receives suspended for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off.
Have you actually seen the state of the man?
I believe he uses all of his income to buy books.
Well, anyway, the point is, I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough.
Okay, maybe it's after these statements I'll get something. This one.
Hold it!
Even though the room was on fire.
As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. That is most certainly not true of a suicidal takedown, Mr. Naruto.
How did she know I was thinking of that? So please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day?
In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, a sponge, a
Jupiter!
napkin.
My dearie me! Do you have something to add, sir?
Miss Garrideb? Don't cheat! Sorry. I beg your pardon.
Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind?
Nothing of any significance, no. Just the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction. Or something more solid than she applies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker, I seem to recall.
Ouch.
The woman's aim is uncanny. She landed a Ah! Good grief, woman, we're not at home now. This is a court of law.
What did it... Direct hit with every bound. It shows she does have good aim.
Oh, dearie me. Ever so sorry, dear.
What's she even doing with a teapot in here? Careful, smoking out of that pipe, so I think there's some liquid in it still. Also, I don't think you can smoke anything. It's doused completely in the tea.
Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously.
Take a good look at this then. How do you suppose that happened, huh?
When we examined his pipe for the first time, doing the deduction, there was a mention of why is this bandaged up? It ties back to here.
Your pipe, sir.
Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes. When I went to pick the thing up, it was broken too. I like to see a sponge do that sort of damage.
I see your pipe was broken.
But never been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up for now.
Huh. You're one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear?
I wonder what we should make of this account. It could be important. It has to be important. I'm gonna make it important. I'm going to eat a chocolate. I have a sudden craving for something sweet. Sorry. Hold on. Strawberry chocolate, I think. Or chocolate with a strawberry filling. Not really my kind of thing, but we don't have a lot of sweets in the in the house anymore. This is edible enough. Keep dripping water everywhere. I need to stock up more chocolate in my room. Really hate the feeling of chocolate in my teeth. I always wash it down with water. Kinda sad to do, but I can't help it.
The defense believes Mr. Garrett's remarks just now to be of great significance.
Objection!
What?
This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. A tray of fiery wife and pipes, as well as hearts, may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony.
Indeed. Common sense, one might say. Might one? Wait, is there gonna be multiple things that we have to press?
In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir?
Well, I don't see why not.
Dearie me, there you go again, trying to,
Ingratiate yourself with a young lady. Wait, let me see how to pronounce that. Ingratiate. Bring oneself into favor with someone by flattering or trying to please them. Ingratiate. Ingratiate. Very well, the court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence. Mr. Garrett's pipe, apparently it fell to the floor during a domestic dispute he had with his wife and broke.
Hope I didn't speak out of turn, Miss Naruto. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down.
You're so fucking sweet. She's such a sweetheart. I hope nothing happens to her. Alrighty, boys. Wait, there's something peculiar in that. I didn't expect to see that. I'll be honest. Looks to be a sorry state with that bandage around it, doesn't it? For some reason, it feels slightly ominous to me, like it's trying to shout out a warning. Probably because it's the same blue as Mr. Garrett's dressing gown.
I suppose it must have considerable sentimental value to Mr. Garrett, given that he's gone to the trouble of repairing it like this.
Either that, or he can't afford to replace it. There's a small nick out of the bowl here. Look, it appears to have been made relatively recent.
And seeing how there are little scraps and dents all over it, it's clearly a well-loved pipe.
Yes, you're right. Seems to me recently that being well-loved goes hand in hand with getting some battle scars. This particular nick is catching my eye, though. Because it's clearly new. Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe down there.
Yes, I saw it. Something stuck in there, I think.
Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What's this? It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something. Oh wait, that was Susato or whatever. The tip of a blade? Surely it couldn't be. Fragment of metal. The small piece of metal looks like it might be the tip of a knife blade. was stuck inside the bowl of Mr. Garridub's pipe. How did you not see that, sir? This is a tiny piece of metal we found in the chamber of Mr. Garridub's pipe.
It looks like the tip of a blade or something.
The tip of a blade?
Something wrong, Mr. Naruto?
I don't really know. It's just something niggling me, but I can't quite put my finger on what it is.
Perhaps in that case, it would be wise to examine some of the other pieces of evidence again.
We have one blade in possession! Doesn't take one to know one. But no, it's fine. Thanks to Susato-san, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully. Oh, I did that too quickly. Thank you for that rebuttal, Mr. Garridub. Now if we could return to the crux of the matter. What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim?
Hold it!
Sorry, would you care to elaborate?
Nothing to say, really. Rather partial to a spot of carving, you see, pipes and whatnot, fishing tackle, you know, the sort of thing.
It's a passion we both share. I like to carve little wooden trinkets too, and then there's my leather work.
Don't to say we're always losing knives about the place. We have dozens of the things.
And I sell them at the market sometimes. 20 for the price of 19. Needless to say, I snap them up. John prefers to use 2 knives at meal times too, instead of a knife and fork.
Now, Joan, we don't want people thinking I'm some kind of sap.
I don't need to scream, but for him specifically, I want to. Here we go again with the scoldings. Why are they being so evasive?
Pageants because they don't want to believe it. They can't bear the thought that it might have been one of their knives that injured the victim.
Which is entirely understandable, of course, but still.
Yes, sir. Aye, aye, sir.
Hold it!
So you have no intention of admitting it was your knife unless we can produce proof. I think I can just present the tip. Wording, sorry. I can just present the metal, the tiny metal that we found in his pipe. But I'm going to go back and examine. I'm gonna go back and examine the weapon in question and see if it updates any of the like text or whatever, so that we can present it properly, or if I just present straight up the thing. I think so. Even though there is no other credible possibility if Mr. Natsume is innocent.
Objection.
You forget my Nipponese friend? That is yet to be established that the accused is not responsible for the attack.
Ugh, as if I could forget! And there was some way to know who had handled the knife. But I suppose wizardry like that is just a dream. No, give it a...
Perhaps you're thinking of fingerprinting, Mr. Naruto.
What? You mean it's not a dream? A sort of wizardry really exists?
Whenever people touch anything, they leave behind a unique pattern from their skin, or so they say.
I can't see anything.
There are already countries in the world where these so-called fingerprints can be used as evidence. Lord Strongheart is currently discussing the matter at the Ministry of Justice.
Yes, I believe we are rapidly approaching an era of scientific methods of investigation.
But for now, we shall have to find an alternative method of proving our assertion that this knife found in the victim's back was originally in Mrs. Garridub's house.
Ugh. If only I could translate this whole incident to several years in the future. That's the extent of the testimony, is it?
What do you think, Mr. Naruto?
Well, I think we've heard all of this before, to be honest. Can't say I'm particularly confident that we'll be able to prove anything new from this testimony.
But this cross-examination, it's absolutely essential. Have we established how this knife came to be at the scene of the incident?
Yes, I know.
Sure, both of them must be feeling very worried. Worried that it was in fact a knife belonging to one of them that caused the victim's injury.
We could find even a tiny shred of evidence to support that theory. Clinch this trial for us, it would explain everything.
Yes, it would.
So for Soseki-san's sake, we must find that last crucial piece of evidence. I I've got it. I just need to double check. Ah, I clicked. Oh, we have to go through that entire dialogue again. Alright, forgive me, please. Ah! Ah! I haven't mentioned this before, but there's times where, like, I'm completely used to my keyboard now with how silent it is, but I can't deny that I get like a certain whiplash when I realize how silent it actually is. Like, RIP my old keyboard. The click clacks ASMR was nice. But it is what it is. It can't be helped. You gotta manually click this first.
Oh, updated dialogue! Oh, look here, Miss Nahodo. It's just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing.
Wait, part of it's missing? I could be wrong, but I've just got a feeling. You remember this?
Oh, that's the tiny fragment of metal that we found inside Mr. Garrett's pipe.
Yes, and just maybe.
My, it's a perfect fit.
Somehow I just knew it.
Okay, it didn't update any dialogue whatsoever, but we've got confirmation, and that's all we need, to be honest.
Objection!
Mr. Garrett, can I ask you to take a good look at this, please? You can ask, but I can't see a bally thing. You can't. Used to call me Dead-Eye Deb back in the regiment, of course. That was some time ago. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days. Sorry, I hit the mic. Struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest.
P from a Q, did I say that?
Well, he does. Dear me, it's rather wearing being asked about every other letter and every other word.
You must be very dizzy.
What is this? A tiny scrap of metal?
Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade.
What may appear at first to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence?
It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garrett's pipe.
A pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got there.
What precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Council? Are you suggesting that is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road? Oh, okay, I gotta do this in unison.
I am! What?
When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord.
Wait, his ass!
Wait, that was the first time we got a fucking full view of his backside, and it's burning. Also, she's standing on a little box. That's cute. We can see his ass, sir, please. On display for the entire gallery for free. No wonder your wife's smacking you all over the place. You're selling your body like that for free. Sorry. You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well then, present the permanent evidence to the court. Evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of this entire case.
Take that!
This is a knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece at the tip of the blade that is missing.
Common issue with the inferior blade sought at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones. What of this particular knife? No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Objection.
No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of the metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garrett's pipe.
Oh! Wait, whatever that animation was kinda... I'm not gonna elaborate.
Good grief, Lord Van Zykes. I don't believe it. The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match. But golly gosh! Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. Miracle?
Van Zyx has figured it out, has he? Council, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once. Yes, my lord? Crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. 𝐢𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴 something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony.
Oh, dearie me.
During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. 𝐢𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴 flung this knife at her husband. Oh, the image is updated. However, the knife missed Mr. 𝐢𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time.
Which caused the tip to break off, of course.
Good lord. Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. 𝐢𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴's pipe.
The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1!
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out the open window. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the 𝐢𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below.
Oh gosh. Oh dear. Oh.
No! Look at his ass! Look at his ass! Look at his ass!
Objection!
Don't throw it. Don't break it. Don't do anything to it.
Full-body theory, I'll give you that. Complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create an almost possible vintage.
And you still don't believe it?
Allow me to dose my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument.
Sorry?
But after all, it is just a theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see, it's spoiled by an insurmountable inconsistency.
Insurmountable? What? Lord Van Zyx, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified?
Consistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with a knife planted in the middle of her back.
Yes, in her... so you're saying it would have hit her head? Oh, that's how you would do... That's how the book in the hand thing comes into play. That was my theory from the start! Not the start, like 4 hours ago at best. He's got a slap to his face again. Oh, you poor thing, it had just healed. Or maybe the old marks just resurfaced.
That's right, you silly little man.
Oh wait, no, it's gone.
That's your own old thing, what are you getting so excited about? Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above, there's no possible way it would have planted itself on the victim's back.
We're so close!
Right, you see? That's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head.
Oh, it's lost for words. Look, I knew it. I never liked his theory in the first place. I don't know, though, what really did happen. It appears the defense has made rather a spectacular blunder. Yeah, blunder. Might as well call it that.
The theory has even one inconsistency it cannot stand. The theory, my learned friend, is history. It was so close I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. Now the way has been blocked completely by just one simple inconsistency. Or in other words,
We simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency and the theory will stand.
Mr. Sato.
You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruto. You were just caught off guard, that's all, and your mind went blank. But if the path you are on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there.
Alright, what if my book theory is wrong? What else could it be? Why would she have her back exposed upwards? I say it's the book again! I'm gonna stand by it! If it's wrong, it's wrong! I'll cook something up more when I'm under stress.
Seems you have nothing to say, my Japanese friend. Your silence speaks volumes. Tacit acceptance. Tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed.
Objection!
I was gonna say, you still kind of hunch over. How can you say objection like that?
This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth.
Are we gonna have a mind thing?
It's a test. Yes. The knife fell on the victim from above. There's no way it could have hit her in the middle of her back.
His leaning pose. I love when he does his pose. It's just such a nod to Kazuma.
Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying? Counsel? There's a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back.
Inconsistency.
We already have the answer.
Goodness.
Out of madness. Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak.
This is gonna take all my HP, right? I'm gonna do this without saving. Because if it's wrong, I'll take the L. And then I'll save.
It's the last inconsistency, the final piece in the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last.
Evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back. I know this was updated, but this doesn't really help with anything, does it? Something. This case file where it's... so it has to be this one. Oh, no, it's this one, not this one, this one. This was in the victim's hand when Mrs. B first ran over to see what had happened. Okay, no, I'm saving in my mind. I was gonna present the photo with confidence, but I realized this was the one with the updated information, so I should present this one. I'm not too sure now because I wasn't thinking about it. Yes?
This, the fourth book found at the scene. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. The burnt book? Is that not Mr. Garrett's book? Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand. As we all know now... No, sorry. It was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that.
Quite so, as part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road.
That's true. However,
as part of his testimony, Constable B made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. I knew it! I knew it! Ever since we found out about the crime scene being fucking tampered with. This was my immediate theory. Also, it kind of led to that, didn't it? Everything just sounds like an accident. In other words, the victim had already picked the book up of her own volition. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd been doing much of anything. So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand?
Wait, Jingo! I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now.
Oh dearie me.
We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Gyarados household onto the pavement below, precisely the moment that the victim was walking past.
Yes, at exactly that moment, the young woman was walking along a street in the light fog, and all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her.
The book I threw?
Yes, Mrs. Gyarados, and what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement?
Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down.
Oh no! There's a fucking image to go with it!
And picked the book up.
Yes, that is exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book.
Oh, heavens!
When the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book. Okay, this isn't as fucking gruesome as the one. It was in Spirits of Justice. If you guys remember, in Spirits of Justice, pretty sure it was like the second case or something. Pretty sure the first case was in the other country. I forgot the name. The second case where we were back with Apollo and Trucy, where we find out how the guy fucking died from being like flung up and then stabbed with a knife. I think about that one a lot because that one is fucking gruesome. Like that. I can't fucking imagine that kind of fate. Actually gives me goosebumps still. But when I saw that knife animation fall down, that's my immediate thought. Because that's terrifying. I think a blade, like, you know, a blade being handled onto someone is one thing, but a blade being like thrown is scary. I think that's scarier. And at that same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green was the defendant, Miss Hoseki NATSUME.
Well, I never
Appeared to Mr. NATSUME, the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above.
Oh!
And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker.
So it was never a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that accumulated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case.
Good job, everyone.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Gyarados.
Very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that.
There they old beam.
Oh, Mrs. Gyarados. Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? I took full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book. And I threw the knife as well.
John, dear.
Alright, I know.
I'm ever so sorry. I'm sorry!
Oh, don't faint again. Catch her! Catch her! I was immediately gonna say he probably can't do that as well anymore because of his... Yeah. Like he did in the photo, but that's still really cute. Oh.
Lord Van Zykes, what news of Mrs. Garrett? She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events had left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course, sir. There's no cause for concern. Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could have easily been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. There's some good news, however, my lord. I have just word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon.
Oh, so they'll be able to get her statement. It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her.
How wonderful! The woman is out of danger, it seems.
Yes, that is good news. On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. Came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies.
No, it was me who should be begging your pardon.
Oh no, Miss Natsume.
That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion.
What conclusion, sir?
I was so sure that the woman was dead.
Yes, Constable V said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too.
Where she must have looked completely lifeless.
It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure that evil spirit's lurking in the fog, like they're haunting me.
Oh, Soseki-san, his imagination really has got the better of him.
Yes, poor man.
So what happened? I thought that young woman had been taken by the fog spirits.
Persona 4?
I should have never dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police. Instead, I managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry.
Mr. Garrett was sitting at the jury saying... Sorry, that... Time and place! Time and place! One can indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by the spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Van Zykes and a young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as my lord, in concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defense's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? For members of the jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion.
I do declare that truth can be extremely cruel at times.
Well, I didn't suspect there were women next to me, that's for sure.
Sending for the old bean while she's out of action, you know, but I know what her decision would be. Does mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time. Sorry, I have a corker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I?
I feel like I always have a different old man voice. That's the thrill, isn't it? Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman?
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Pew, 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 pew.
We did it, boys!
Very well, Mr. Soseki NATSUME, I hereby pronounce you.
Yippee, everyone! Nice!
Finally, Miss NATSUME,
Oh, yes, Lord Sir.
you are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you'll continue to further your education in British culture, and may you never again be brought before me.
Oh, yes, of course. On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a cold room again. I'm transported to the earth.
Thank you, councils. Court is adjourned.
Ooh, 3:17 p.m. That did not take... Wait. Wait, no, that is accurate. Oh, wait, no, it isn't. This stream is 6 hours long. When did we start in the thing? 9 a.m. Usually it starts at 9 a.m. 3, right? 3 plus... Oh wait, no. Wait, why was I thinking of 3 plus 2? I actually can't fucking math. 2 a.m. brain. That was actually the correct amount of time that it took. It was accurate for once. Unlike the last one. Anyways.
Oh, look him.
Wait, you mean me?
Of course. Is there any other like him here?
Is there even one?
Compared to the original locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it?
What's wrong with using my actual name?
Oh, at last, I'm free! I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation! Heedy, hardy, happiness, horror!
Oh, I'm pleased. Isn't that so he's delighted?
Would it be so hard to just say that then?
Like him, you did it! You saved me from the brink!
Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault after all.
I'm just glad everyone can see that now.
No, 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 no! Not that! Lovely lawyer, locum lawyer!
Yes?
I mean, as I said before, I have just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down on me laughing, looking at that little hunchback.
Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume.
What? Today, you locum lawyer gave me gloom to the boot.
Gave my gloom to the boot, sorry.
You stood firm behind the barren old bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold the best barrister ever born!"
That's very flattering. We're very pleased for you.
This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan.
Plural, he has friends. Don't worry, he has friends. An antidote? Is that what's become of my... that's become of all of my hard work?
You are, my dear fellows?
Oh, it's the questionable man himself.
Oh, my apologies for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning.
Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you.
As I am here, not a moment too soon, a disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say.
I forgot your voice.
A charge I begin presently, Mr. Naruto, and I wish you the very best of luck.
It's just finished.
What? No, then my haste was in vain. Oh, it's you! Herlock Sholmes. Oh, have we met, sir?
This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom, either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. Simply couldn't place that curious face in the light.
Charming.
This is all your fault. Lock Holmes. You're the reasons I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned the poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Oh. Had you been taken to a hospital more urgently? I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh. But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but a human after all. Anyone would have been shaken up by such an experience. Ooh. I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Oh, never mind. Now then, what was it that you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. Priceless! Oh, I'm so sorry, really, but that was quite priceless. Oh, Soseki-san. Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you are not even found guilty. There's no bright side.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume?
Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper. Ah, Lord of Insects. I've forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed.
It won't be alright, Mr. Natsume. If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Hiya! With a perfectly executed Susato takedown.
Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of a warning might be nice next time, Mrs. Adult. Sorry, Miss Natsume. What do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan. You want to go back? Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon.
Oh.
It's already been a year since I arrived in Great Britain. I visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here and the city it has shaped. And I've come to realize that it's my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it.
Oh, that's very touching, Mr. Natsume.
Oh, in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world and escape the terror of the Reaper's curse. That's not it at all! The more I learn of literature, the more the strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own. Oh, I see. A work of literature by Soseki-san. Could be an interesting read. What about Miss Susato and yourself, Mr. Naoto? Sorry, what about us? You returned to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot? Why would we?
The week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And now only does it feel as though we have finally found our feet.
And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not? That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us. Bankrupts us. There's an S in there, in the middle.
Calculated, we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted.
Oh, well then, you could take my lodgings. Oh, the windowless room? But what it lacks in windows, it's more than makes up with a floor, a ceiling, and walls. Great! And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit.
Oh my, an evil spirit?
Yes. It tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's infallible wake-up call.
Well, think about it, if that's alright.
Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me? Huh?
Really?
Well, the vacancy has conveniently presented itself, although it is up in the attic, I might add. Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? Spoke with the landlady this very morning in the matter of price, and ours is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of?
Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited to take lodgings in the great detective's office's attic. I'm too overcome for words.
So suggesting we look elsewhere is out then. We'll make do, don't worry. If the first person that came to mind in terms of attic was fucking Joker from Persona 5. But that's quite a cozy attic, I'm not gonna lie. It's a lot spacious. It's 2.5 times bigger than my room, that's for sure. Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come to, Miss Natsume, I insist. I don't know what to say, but thank you. And yes.
Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long.
Somebody's happy?
Look, I knew that you had let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London.
Likewise, Miss Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you two. It's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon.
Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But like we'll meet again one day.
Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then I'll be a successful lawyer.
Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author.
Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived.
Shall we go, Mr. Naruto?
Yes, Mr. Sholmes.
I have little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening.
And so, with Soseki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street. This is technically RYUNOSUKE's first successful, like, win. Like, with all ends tied, you know? Or actually, I guess... Oh wait, no, it was an investigation. It wasn't really a... Wait, no, it was a case still. Kazuma's death. Which is really fucking unfortunate, but like, for this one specifically, no one died at least, you know? That was a bare minimum of no deaths. So this is his first, like, full, like, fully tied up case, you know? Like, I don't think anything is gonna come back and bite us in the ass from this case, right? Other than the Reaper, but, like, he's everywhere. That doesn't count. That's good. 20th of February, 4:41 p.m., the attic room. Hey, look, this looks bigger than my room. This looks twice as big as my room. So this is...
Used to be our new office. Yes.
Our office? I like the sound of that.
Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it?
Hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step. But I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now.
So, my dear fellows, do you like the place?
Oh my god! He's strapped too! Wait, that was so sudden! Wait, he's got such poofy hair! Oh my god! Guys, wait! I thought the only person that was gonna be stripping in this game was fucking Van Zyte. No! Sholmes is stripping too! Let's fucking go!
Oh, and his sleeves are rolled. Oh my god, look at him. His hair is very, very poofy. Very, very poofy hair. It's cute. It's all contained in the hat. Well, actually, that was a stupid thing to say. Mr. Sholmes, yes, thank you so much.
It's a delightful room, Mrs. Sholmes. I simply adore it.
Good. Pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you.
Oh, Iris is here too! Oh, I have to... Okay.
I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. NATSUME arrives. We will have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. Alright then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad. Splendid.
10 years old and cooking an entire fucking meal? Sholmes, what? I know she's a genius kid, but like... oh my god, she's so accomplished.
So, Miss Naruto, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital?
It's very exciting, actually. Can't help wondering what adventures await us.
Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises.
There's no hat there for you to grab.
Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is.
Sorry?
London is a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. The brightest of lights casts the darkest of shadows. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So, once again, Mr. Naruto, welcome to London.
Of course, at the time, I had no idea the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. It wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of murk that lay behind it. This is definitely tied to the McGilded case. But who cares about that? Episode 4 is completed, everybody! Okay. Well, I didn't realize that entire trial was gonna take 6 hours. I thought it was gonna end a little bit earlier than that, I'll be honest. But it kept going. So for the nth time, we're not going to do a little teaser for the next episode because it's gonna happen tomorrow anyways. It's way too late now. I don't know if I can continue. I'm scared that it's gonna go for a little bit too long, so I won't risk touching into it. But episode 4 is done, everyone. Yippee, 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 yippee. Tomorrow is more Ace Attorney, so for those that would like to see the next episode, the adventure of the unspeakable truth, the hound of of the Baskerville. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smouldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. The adventure of the unspeakable story. That is a strange blurb, I think you could say. But we will do that tomorrow, so... We did it! We did it!
Goodness me.
Sorry, let me catch up on messages because I was just trying to like wrap up that finale. Girl plays guitar and she introduces the performance mechanic. Ooh! You see the Kalimba Robots kit. It was in Face Shop. I'm pretty sure I did. Like, I think I liked it, but I'll be honest, at the top of my head, I don't remember anything. I do. I'm pretty sure I've read it. If I've liked the comment, I'm pretty sure I've read it. I'm sorry, my brain is falling apart. It's not like I particularly remember things on the fly anyways. I have time uncooked. I don't think those two those two phrases should be put next to each other. But to see like the slow development in this hypothetical gacha game is really, really fun to follow. I encourage anyone making anything. Pursue it! Go for it! Full send into it! Probably, it might be difficult, though. For the sole reason being, I know that it's a lot of energy and time, and you know, whatever, but like, who cares? If you are passionate about something and want to do it, I say go for it. Kidnap turnabout. As much as I hate the case, it's pretty complex, and now I have a fear of proto badges randomly appearing before me with a gun and a sword. The kidnap turnabout being the one with the what is it? The haunted house, right? The haunted house in Investigations. Because if that is what you're talking about, I fucking hate that mascot with my entire fucking being. Even in the first game. God, I just hate the way it looks. And then it solidified it with the haunted house thing. Because reminder to y'all, I don't like horror. Horror is a big NG of mine. Not even joking. If you guys look back on the VOD for that one, I was scared shitless. I think half the time you'll just hear me being like, I'm covering the screen. I'm covering the screen with my hand. It was sad. It was very sad. Imagine it with Blackwell in that pose held in his arms. Oh, the scene with Garrett carrying his wife? No, if Blackwell touches me, I'm just gonna like burn. For like any fave characters of mine, I'm gonna be real, guys. I can't stand the thought of them like being within like my perimeter, because I think I'll just like combust and crumble. I could never imagine anything like that. That's just too much for my heart. I'll actually faint. Just me, guys, just me looking at a picture of the man just sends me. Imagine him being physically in front of me. Like, what will that do to me? I'll die. That's an entire plot of land. I could never imagine having a room that big. I'm being legit though. I think the attic is like 2 times the size of my room. If we add the extra bit at the back, 2.5, which is roughly the same as like the P5 attic that I was thinking about. I like how Harlock looks. His little poofy hair, I wasn't expecting that, I'll be honest. It's really cute. I feel like any character wearing a hat though, there's just like no expectation of what is like underneath the underneath the hat, what is on the head. But I really like the rolled sleeves and like the goggles around it. I like it a lot. I will say that a lot of characters here have quite the complex designs, so I'm not looking forward to when I have to do like, because I will do this to myself, I'm just this kind of person. When I do like a drawing thing, when I finish all of Chronicles. Future Miyuu's problem. Update should be done shortly. I look forward to it. Am I trying to stream in an hour or 2? If I'm still awake, I'll definitely drop by. Because I'm going to go make a late dinner. And it's either EP time for Miyuu, or I have to catch up on my gashes. We'll see. We'll see. I'm pretty sure. We'll see. Yeah, that case. Yeah! Like, it actually plagues my head. I think The worst part about that case is that that's probably the most interesting case out of the investigations to me, but it's just so fucking terrifying. I hate it. I hate it so much. Just seeing that cutscene where he's like behind Edgeworth. Oh, yucky, yucky, yucky. I just don't like horror. I'm sorry. I'm such a weakling. Just with the VR update, because it's 2 kits, 1 today and the second one tomorrow. Do one at a time. Pace yourself. I think it's better if you pace yourself. Don't do it all at the same time. I've seen Herlock like that with his sleeves rolled up. He's better than Blackquill, in my opinion. Turning more and more queer with this franchise. Who wouldn't? But I can't deny, I'm kind of the same. When it comes to like collared up shirts, rolled up sleeves is like always a must-have for me. So I have some collared up shirts that I wear and I always roll up my sleeves because it just, to me, when I have it just normal, it doesn't look right. So I always try and just pin it so it stays on my like elbow, I guess. I just like the look of it, I don't know. Hey, Lance? Lance? I hate that I just don't remember. Oh, that fuck! Real. I remember this asshole. He pissed me off. I can't wait to play, Wait, was this case from the first game? It was the first one, right? 'Cause I don't remember, like, I remember the second one always having, the judge lady, and she's, like, fucking everywhere. I guess I won't be able to replay that one. That's fine. That one was already translated anyway, so replaying it wouldn't change anything. Still, I can't wait for the future when I do go replay the second investigations game. Play the official one anyways. Yep. But alas, it's going to be a very long time because we're still going through the first Chronicles game. Still have a whole ass second game to get through. Ding dong, actually. How many more cases do we have? 5. Oh wait, is this the last? Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the last episode. Guys! Wait, this might be a really long one. This might be the one where we finally get 2 investigations. We'll see. If not, it'll be the second game. Wait, really? Is there not any DLCs or anything like that? Yeah. Alright, last... Wait, no, I'm really double checking this one. Adventure episodes. Great Days of Throny Adventures. The Unspeakable Story. Yeah, it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can't seem to see any DLCs, but apparently there's special content. So when I'll research that later. My brain is kind of shutting down for me to try and investigate. Also, I'm scared of spoilers. So 2 of the introductory casts done. Woo! Hell yeah! Heading out, man, out here. Thank you for dropping by, Poker Castle. Rest up. Take care. New characters that introduce healing shields and follow-ups. All of the defensive stuff, yeah? That's gonna be quite the interesting thing. I feel like when it comes to like attack, like offense characters, it's a little bit easier to figure out the mechanics and the numbers. Like, even though support characters are very straightforward, for some reason to me they're quite complex, but that just might be because I don't use sustains! It sounds like a me problem. Might just be me. Alright gamers, I'll call it here for today before I find myself tangent and going off on a ride of talking about something. Alright. Miyuu is gonna go make herself a late dinner now. I'll call it for today's stream. Thank you to everyone that has dropped by the stream and commented into the chat. All the messages were nice. Having small little chats there as well, I also enjoyed. Thank you. Thank you to those that have stayed and watched through. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed the wrap up of episode 4 for the game. I'm happy that RYUNOSUKE is getting his enlightenment, you know, he's getting his goal set in place as a lawyer, so happy. We'll figure out Kazuma's goal. But yes, remember everyone to go hydrate if you haven't already. Go eat if you haven't, like I have. And whatnot. Grab a snack and all that. To everyone else, have a good rest of your night. And to those on the other side of the world, have a good rest of your day. I'll see you guys in the next stream tomorrow. Please come drop by. It will be starting the next episode. Yippee! Miyuu signing out. Good night. Bye-bye. Bye.